Hello, hello, hello. How are you all on this beautiful, beautiful day? Good afternoon, Tanya McNeil, and good afternoon, Liz Livos. It is always good to see you, ladies. Um, Whoever else is in the chat, please make yourself comfortable. It is a interesting day. Now, I missed yesterday. A lot of stuff went on yesterday, and I wonder if these non-black women are afraid for their lives. Hey, Nisi, it is good to see you in here listening from the clouds. A little sleepy, just arrived home. I understand. Sometimes when I'm watching YouTube on my TV, and I'm like, ugh. I cannot type. Let me just let them know that I'm in here. Thank you for letting me know you're in here, Nisi. A lot of stuff went on. Now, we know that certain people are always really concerned about their safety. So, we know that we can tell some people in America that they're doing any and everything for their national safety. So I wonder how palm colored and clear people feel about their safety right now, especially palm colored women. Do you feel safe? Do you feel that this type of administration that protects people who do dirty little things to little girls? Do you feel safe? Do you feel safe that under the guise of going after undocumented immigrants, you're losing your lives? Do you feel safe? Do you feel safe that your president came out here and said that you ran over an ICE agent when everyone with any eyes, brains, and any type of sense know that that never happened? Do you feel safe? Hmm. Do you feel safe? But I'm pretty sure a lot of you went out there and voted for this. Oh, it's obvious. It has been proven that this is what a lot of you voted for. You pretended as if you were going to vote for Harris, and oh, this was unattainable to vote for him. But then you turned around and you went in there with Billy Bob, and you voted how Billy Bob told you to vote. Your displeasure at knowing that a non-white woman would be the first American president, you couldn't stand for that. When you do realize all of you guys are undereducated as opposed to black women in America, but no, it that meant nothing to you. That meant absolutely nothing to you. You wanted to feel good. How you feel now? You feel good now? You feel good now that you find out that there were children sent over to Jeffrey Epstein's house from Mar-a-Lago. It has been reported to work on Jeffrey Epstein and do whatever Jeffrey Epstein beckoned them to do. Do you feel okay now? How you feel about that? Hmm? I know you guys are the people who care about the children. Not when they're 13 or 14 and being pimped out, though. Not when they're being pimped out. That's just odd to me. That's real odd to me. So, I want to talk about, that shooting, that unlawful shooting. I want to talk about Congress is, finally got off their ass and they signed a discharge. I think it was a discharge petition that 4547 can no longer do any more war actions in Venezuela. I also want to talk to you about the fact that 4547 says that he personally is in charge of the Venezuelan oil. I think I've already talked to you about yes, I talked to you about how Chase Bank, no, JP Morgan and the Department of Justice has already created a company to smelt silver out of Venezuela. uh, a bank. They're saving another bank because J.P. Morgan had been doing unlawful things, reportedly with gold prices, and they were underwater with the gold that they had saved up in their vaults. So they will be taking it from Venezuela. They penned a deal with the Department of Justice. I mean the Department of Defense. Can you pen deals with the Department of Defense when you fuck around with people money? Well, I'm sure if you could, Nika would be first in line penning deals with the the Department of Justice. No, the Department of Defense. There is no justice in America. There is no Department of Justice in America. And let me say this. Um, I happen to be I happen to be listening to a live, and I don't know why people in the ignorance continue to think that I give a fuck about anything that they have to say about me. Nobody ran me anywhere. See, I'm a grown ass woman. Nobody runs me anywhere. They may run you and a lot of you who follow behind them, but no one runs me. I've been doing my same commentary since before the election. And if you don't like it, don't show up. But please believe nobody ran me anywhere. They ran their mouth and they ran behind a motherfucker who told them what to do. They took orders. I don't take orders. This is my channel. I talk about what I choose to talk about on my channel. And if is Ronnie Q still alive? Says a 600 pound fat bitch. You want to know if I'm still alive? Is your skin still alive? Are your capillaries still pumping blood to your skin? Bitch been on diet shots for over 3 years and went from 600 pounds to about 540 pounds. Bitch, are you still alive is the question, because we know that relationship with that lawnmower man with 100 kids and a rap sheet longer than your belly is not still alive. Is that still alive? No, it's not. So uh and Pissho, you're a joke. You're a bum and you're a joke. Period. Thus said. Bitch, you're laughable. All of you, all of the trifunctus are laughable ass bitches. Okay, let's get on to what I was talking about. Okay, let's get back into the news. These ineffective little harlots. Well, I can't say. Let's see what the Democrats did to prevent 4547 from doing any more war actions in Venezuela. Now, uh, he is quite pissed about it too. Oh well, that's what he will be. He will be pissed about it because he has to get a congressional approval to do any more of these war journeys. And he still has not stopped talking about Greenland. Now, I wonder how all of these non-black women feel that, these non-black women who use welfare far more frequently than black women. I wonder how you feel that your Medicaid has been cut off. And now 4547 says he's going to pay everybody in Greenland between $10,000 and $100,000 to be able to annex Greenland. He's not going to use the war power. He's going to use the power of the dollar. But can't afford to have you on health care. Can't afford health care for the American people. Hmm. Subsidy every person in Greenland. Is this a one-time payment? Because Denmark already subsidized Greenland uh, a dollar amount every year. So I'm curious if this is supposed to be a one-time payment. I'm knowing him. He tells the American people that you guys saved $1,000 for the tax cut, and he expects you to jump up and down like you saved so much money. People, every American person has saved between $1,000 and $1,300 in the tax cut. Why he doesn't tell you he has saved billionaires and corporations uh, hundreds of millions of dollars of taxes that they don't have to pay. But you're supposed to be happy about $1,000, even if you don't even have a job to go to. Even if he took your job, he told you that he saved you 1,000 between 1,000 and $1,300. So you should be happy. Okay, so let's get into the minutia of the bullshit. I have a couple of things. I Here we go. Where is it? Oh, here it is, right here. Let me share this screen with you. Oh, let me remove this. Hey, Black Pearl, it is good to see you. Hey, Sparkle, it is good to see you. Brent Coupon. The sheeple are secretly seething. Well, they better start seething outwardly. I would suggest that of them. I mean, it can't hurt. Okay, let me share this vote with you. The Senate finally got off of their asses, and Susan Collins, I'm so concerned, I'm concerned, finally went in and did a vote that she's so concerned, but then turn around and vote for the Republicans. She finally did the thing this morning.
The yeas are 52. The nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The joint resolution will be placed on the calendar.
In a massive rebuke against Donald Trump, the United States Senate, in a vote of 52 to 47, which you just saw there, voted to advance a war powers resolution aimed at restricting Donald Trump from taking further military action in Venezuela without explicit congressional authorization. You have Republican Senators Murkowski, Young, Paul, Collins, and Hawley joining with the Democrats in that 52 to 47 vote. The war powers resolution now advances, but Donald Trump is threatening to veto it, and he is saying that he has absolute power to launch invasions wherever he wants to in the Western Hemisphere. Now, as the Senate has essentially rebuked Donald Trump there, the Trump regime sources are telling Reuters and others that they plan to do a hostile takeover of Greenland by way of paying Greenlanders between $10,000 and $100,000 each if they support secession and they basically become traitorous and treasonous to Greenland and sell out their own country to the United States. This is an unprecedented, hostile, and I would even say an act of...
See, what strikes me weird about this, he think that $10,000 is a lot of money. Who would pay? Well, a lot of people pay for their own demise. Who would think that $10,000 is enough for the person who's running this country to then come and run their country? Because we see how shoddily the United States is becoming basically a third world country when you have untrained people who are taking open books tests to be an ICE agent, and they have to do open book tests. A lot of them, their black backgrounds haven't been cleared, and they are running around on the streets, shooting people in the face. And this government blames the person who was shot in the face. I could see if that woman was charging towards him. I could definitely see if she was charging towards him. I don't think that there's any question that she was trying to drive away from them. But we understand that this administration used all of these terrorist words, narco terrorist. She was a domestic terrorist, and fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction. Tell us these palm-colored people anything that makes them feel more secure. So I'm wondering, he think that $10,000 is enough for somebody from another nation to want to be involved in how this nation is run. That's what is surprising to me. $10,000, you got somebody who is making billions of dollars off of being in the White House, who wants you to be secure in the fact that he is going to not a corporation, not even a motherfucker who can't even keep a casino up and running, is telling you that a non-oil tycoon, is going to be in charge of the Venezuelan oil. How do you think that's going to work out? But this isn't about what. Yeah, let's see how this. Let's see what else is in this.
Potential war at this point to engage in this type of economic coercion against the sovereignty of a country. Here's how it's being reported by Reuters. Trump administration considers paying Greenlanders to join U.S. U.S. officials are discussing offering Greenlanders $10,000 to $100,000 each to support secession from Denmark and U.S. affiliation, to say that they're now part of the U.S. So let me just get this straight. As the Trump regime is taking away health care from tens of millions of Americans, they are trying to subsidize oil companies to the tune of $100 billion in Venezuela. They've given $40 billion or plus to Argentina. The United States is saying or Trump regime is saying they want to raise their military budget to $1.5 trillion, up from $900 billion, then up from $1 trillion that Trump announced via a social media post a few weeks back. And now they want to pay the people who live in Greenland $100,000 each to bribe them to become part of the United States. What the hell is going on here? The Reuters article goes on to explain that this plan is part of a broader White House deliberation, which also includes military options for an invasion if the people of Greenland do not accept the $10,000 or $100,000 checks. As we previously reported earlier this morning, France has been making plans with Germany and Denmark and others to prepare for a possible war against the United States if the United States invades Greenland. And folks, we're learning more about the identity of Renee Nicole Macklin Good, who she is, what an incredible person she was. She was murdered by the Trump regime in South Minneapolis when the ICE Gestapo shot her in the face. NPR News has been doing an incredible job here. The woman killed by ICE agents, murdered by ICE agents, was a mother of three, a poet, and new to the city. And say her name, Renee Nicole Macklin Good. Here are some more new photos of her as well that we've seen Some of these photos have not been released before. These are some newer photos. Let's talk about who she is. The woman shot and killed by a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer in Minneapolis on Wednesday was Renee Nicole Macklin Good, a 37-year-old mother of three who had recently moved to Minnesota. She was a U.S. citizen born in Colorado and appears to have never been charged with anything involving law enforcement beyond a traffic ticket. In social media accounts, Macklin Good described herself as a poet and writer and wife and mom. She said she was currently experiencing Minneapolis, displaying a pride flag emoji on her Instagram account. A profile picture posted to Pinterest shows her smiling and holding a young child against her cheek, along with posts about tattoos, hairstyles, and home decorating. Her ex-husband, who
if Greenland is such a strategic landmass, it has been ever since the United States has been here. So why do we need strategically to have Greenland now? Because 4547 has everybody hating the United States. So he expects to own the whole region because he has isolated the United States. We wouldn't need Greenland. Greenland is supposed to be an ally of the United States. So what is the point of annexing Greenland? Are you silly or are you stupid? Greenland has huge amounts of rare earth minerals. It is not about any strategic safety of the United States. It's about the profiteering of the oligarchs that 4547 is pumping up. These immigrants to the United States, these billionaire immigrants to the United States, who 4547 is looking to further enrich. This has nothing to do with the United States. It sure has nothing to do with the United States citizens. Are you stupid? Yeah, obviously you are. But you're here, Rob. But you're here. But you're here, James. Hit the like button. Hey, Styles with Tisa, how are you doing? I have been glued to Midas Touch and other networks. Putin and China are loving this. You know you're knit. No, you're knit stupid. I can't tell. No, you're knit stupid. You said a mouthful. Okay, let's continue. Uh, Let me see what else I want to share with you. Not that.
agency from being able to investigate possible crimes by ICE. And Kristi Noem says, we're not letting them get anywhere near this. So the Trump regime covering up child sex trafficking rings, covering up war crimes off the coast of Venezuela and in the Pacific, covering up Donald Trump's medical records, covering up the murder of Renee Nicole Macklin Good. This is a regime.
So if you didn't find out today, they are not letting the investigation go forward with anyone from Minneapolis, Minnesota. They are blocking the state from participating in the investigation of this shooting. If you didn't know that, this is in my description box under War Powers Resolution. You can check out the rest of this video under War Power Resolution. So let me get to let me get to Tim Walt's press conference about
law enforcement, our government, have come to see the professionals.
About the law enforcement not allowing Minnesota to be part of this investigation.
And I was like,
Now, Tim Walz was running for his third time as governor of Minnesota. Now, since this a big story has come out by a YouTuber who was knocking on doors of daycare centers demanding to see the children, like someone is going to let a young white a man knocking on door with no child demanding to see children, like they're going to let them see children when we know that uh these are the people who commit the most mass shootings in America. And none of the places that he knocked on the doors of were guilty of any fraud, because all of the places that he had gone to had already been investigated, and a list came out that all of the places that he went to had already been investigated, and how much money had been going to these agencies, all of the ones that were open that he went to, because he went to the back door of one that said it was a daycare on the back signage, but on the front it was a restaurant. But so all of this now, after this reporting by this non-researching lying YouTuber who's knocking on doors of daycares and saying that there's a problem because people wouldn't let him in, wouldn't talk to him, wouldn't show him the children and all of this type of stuff. um 4547 brought in more agents into Minnesota because of this reporting. This is your government. This is your government uh, who many of these daycare centers, fraud is fraud. Many of these daycare centers had already been adjudicated for their fraud, and the head person who was who was in charge of all of this fraud was a white woman. And her and her partner just got sentenced this week. Well, how did they just get sentenced this week? Because the Biden administration brought the charges and brought the case against them. Well, but 4547 has to make pretend and make believe like he is doing something so robust about the fraud in Minneapolis that he called all the Somalians, whatever he called them, to make you feel like he's doing something, but he's doing something. He's raising a lot of money. So now all of a sudden, all of the agents are in Minneapolis because they are making sure that there is a law and order, and they are looking for the fraud. Well, wait a minute. I thought that ICE agents were there to look for undocumented people and to deport them. So now, how is it that you do an influx of ICE in Minneapolis because you like how it looked when they would drag pregnant women on their belly in the snow, and now all of a sudden a influx because it's so much fraud? Is ICE in charge of fraud, or are they in charge of immigration? Let's start from the beginning. Let's start from the beginning. All of this influx of ICE agents because of a numbnut who this administration insists on using instead of a real credentialed press. All of these rumors, all of this bullshit. When your government has the strength of Palantir behind it, they don't use a Palantir. They have all of these agencies that have all of your data, but they don't use that. They use a blowhard YouTuber who is trying to get some type of attention and fame by going up knocking on doors. Would you like somebody to knock on the door of your nursery school and say, "Where are the kids?" and your nursery school open the door to them? How would you feel about that? Oh, well, these are Somali people, so they shouldn't have a choice. Oh, so Somali people shouldn't protect the children that are in their nursery school. Is that what it is? Because understand, all of the nursery schools that they went to had been cleared of any fraud. Oh, but you can't wrap your mind around facts because you'd rather have your mind wrapped around racism. That wasn't his job. And it's not the job of your a nursery school administrator to just open the door to a young white man demanding to see children. Actually, that's quite frightening. Posing like he wants to assign his child up in your daycare, but he has no child with him. How dangerous is that? But let's get to this investigation.
Access from the abuse of government or federal overreach is in a position of authority. The callous casualness that I've watched some people on TV gloss over what they saw. We've also spent a lot of time talking last 24 hours about accountability. That means no function of government operates with impunity. It means when someone's in a position of authority and they commit any act that impacts our people, there has to be another place to turn to get justice. Checks and balances. Basic idea, the center of the formation of our country. It's the only measure that protects us from the abuse of government or federal overreach or tyrannical government. Yesterday, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the BCA, spent the day yesterday attempting to get that accountability. We have learned that the Trump administration has now denied the state that ability to participate in the investigation. And I just want to make this as clear as possible to everyone. Minnesota must be part of this investigation.
They don't want to tell you the name and the identity of the ICE agent because they don't want you to be able to look at his background. And we know that there are people who have been found out to be ICE agents who have DV charges in their background, all types of charges in their background. It has also been reported that many of the people who what are those? Let me see. The Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and those type of races are also reported to be part of ICE. So, do you think that they want to give the information about the person who actually did this? Now, ICE used to have something like a 60 or a 90-day training period, but they recently cut that training period down to 47 days. 47 days. You want to know why they cut their training period of these people that they're putting on the streets with no police experience down to 47 days? Because Trump is the 47th president. That makes sense. That makes plenty of sense. 47 days, that's all we need. Because it coincides with the number president that Trump is. And these are the people that they're putting on the streets. These are the people that they infuse a whole lot of money into their budget so these people can have face recognizing technology. So these people can go into your personal data. ICE, not just undocumented immigrants, no, United States citizens. So this was not an undocumented immigrant that they were going after. These people are here to go after undocumented immigrants. They don't have the right to do police stops. So exactly why were they pulling on her door, demanding that she get out of her car? They had plenty of room to go around her. So exactly why were they demanding that she get out of the car in the first place? That is not within their authority. She was not someone who was on their alleged list of people that they were looking for. So why were they doing any of this? See, you guys don't ask the simple question. But when it becomes you who are in this situation by these people who are given 47 days of training because it coincides with the number of presidents, the number of Trump's presidency, and you get shot in the face when you put yourself in danger, when you put yourself in the front of a car that you have no right to stop, a person who is committing no crime to you, when you have room to walk around. That's just like bumping into someone in a as you are walking different directions on a football field. You have room to move around, but you insist on bumping shoulders with somebody who's coming the other direction to exert some type of power. Out of control.
These are nonpartisan career professionals that have spent years building the trust of the community. There's a BCA Force Investigations Unit that was created by the legislature, by the people of Minnesota, to provide an independent, consistent, and trusted mechanism for investigating the use of force incidents involving law enforcement officers. Minnesota has seen our share of these. And what you've seen is, and I have witnessed it during my time, that these professionals have risen to the moment. They are trusted by people. People who are not by inclination trusting of law enforcement or government.
Let's get into this. Because she was chasing them around in her effing car, unhinged and out of effing control. Where's the proof of any of that? Where's the proof of any of that? See, it's not what you say; it's what you can prove. There has not been a investigation of this. We also heard that the ICE agent was run over. Your 4547, let me hold this for a second. 4547, exact tweet was that the officer was run over, and Christy Nome in her cosplay outfit said that he was fighting for his life. He was fighting for his life in the hospital. And if he went to the hospital, it was just only to further this story, because we clearly saw him walking around. He walked over to the car and then walked away without uh, rendering her any aid. That's what we saw. But I guess that's what 47 days worth of training gets you. We also know that there was a doctor on the ground, on the scene, who said, let me check her pulse. And they denied him to go over and render aid to this woman. And we also know that when the ambulance got there, they were not allowed to immediately approach the woman. They took her out of her car and they walked her up the street to a corner and laid her in the snow before the ambulance workers walked the whole entire block to get to the other corner to attend to her. But I guess that's what 47 days worth of training gets you. God forbid that any of this happens to you, because you're not exempt. That was an American citizen. You are not exempt. While you're talking about the talking points of what was said, what did your eyes see? What did your eyes see? Did your eyes witness her following? That was the same shit like the woman in Chicago. They said the woman that they shot 7 times in Chicago had been ramming her car against them, had been chasing them up and down the streets, and was ramming her car against them. And they shot her 7 times. But they did not arrest her. They shot her and fled the scene of the crime. And then she rolled up into a gas station and someone else took her to the hospital. Now, they told you that she got out of her car and brandished a gun against them, and she was ramming their cars, and that's why they shot her. Come to find out, if they felt that she was so dangerous that she put their lives in danger, how come they didn't apprehend her and take that gun away from her? They found the gun holstered where I think they found the gun holstered in her purse. Someone else took her to the hospital. So you mean to tell me they didn't take the gun from her and they just let the gun be out there? And what happened when she went to trial? The case was thrown out because they could not prove any of the accusations that they were making about this woman. And then what happened when the body cam came out? What happened when the text message came out? Oh, I shot five. I shot at her 5 times and she got 7 holes. If you shot 5 times, how do you know she got 7 holes? You know she got 7 holes because you were following the story that said she got 7 times, but you knew you put 5 bullets in the car. So what about that? What about that woman who who faced no charges for the lies that were told? What about that woman when the body cam footage came out showed that these ICE agents were slamming their car into the side of her car and said, "What are you gonna do, bitch?" What about that? Are we supposed to forget that and act like none of that happened? But while you sitting out here talking about she was chasing him all through the city, that's what you were told. That's what you were told. But what are you gonna find out in this investigation? Uh, why are why are the federal government trying to hide this investigation? Because I can guarantee you what you were told did not happen. How can I guarantee you? I'm gonna show you how I can guarantee you. What was told to you about this encounter? This is from 4547 himself. I have just viewed the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming. No, she wasn't even the woman screaming. The woman screaming was the bystander. So this is what you were told. Wait a minute. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator. So, where are the facts on that? What is a professional agitator? The professional agitators that who were setting things on fire during the George Floyd peaceful protester. Those are the professional agitators. Okay, so and the woman driving the car was very disorderly. Was she disorderly, or was she fanning the cars by past the front of her car? Was she very disorderly? Obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. When did you see that happen? When did you see that officer? Who seems to have shot her in self defense. Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive. Why is it hard to believe when he is alive? When all he did was step out of the way of her car, when the wheels of her car was going absolutely away from him anyway. But he tried to put himself in harm's way to make it appear. Why is the projectile of the bullet on the corner of her windshield? If he was ran over and he felt in fear of her life, wouldn't he the bullet hole be somewhere in the middle of her car? If she was trying to run him over and he barely was alive? No, he put his foot out of the way, much like he put himself in the way. Okay. It is hard to believe that he is alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. Recovering from what in the hospital? Exactly what is he recovering from in the hospital? This situation is being studied in its entirety. It seems like you already have a story. This situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They are just trying to do the job of making America safe as they kill American citizens. When we need to stand by and protect our law enforcement officers from this radical left movement of violence and hate. President DJT. Hmm. So, where did you see any of this shit happen? While you are talking about she followed him around, when did this happen? When did that happen? Because according to 4547, who admitted that he watched the tape, he saw the man get run over. I am obviously concerned that I have been told that the woman who was sitting in her car blocking the street and not the target of any enforcement activity is now deceased. This is I think it's Ken Klippenstein. Uh, the police chief continued. Okay, so let me see. The police chief continued. In any professional law enforcement agency in the country, I think I think they would tell you it's obviously very concerning whenever there's a shooting into a vehicle of someone who is not armed. This is what we have come to. Government agents out of control, a federal government agency that sees the American public as the enemy, and Homeland Security screaming domestic terrorism, creating the environment that the backdrop for these same government agencies to be outnumbered of control. Watch Secretary Noem holds a press conference on domestic terror attack in Minneapolis. No, I won't watch that. Uh, the Minneapolis mayor, Jacob Fry, described ICE account of the incident and the agent's action as bullshit. He calls on the agency to get the fuck out of Minneapolis, while Governor Tim Walz readies the National Guard under state control. It is likely we're about to hear a lot more about the incident in the coming days, but what you won't hear about it is the role of Trump's National Security Directive NSPM7 in all of this. A lot of you dummies, I have talked about this and talked about this. The NSPM7, and you won't hear about this, signed last September following the murder of Charlie Kirk. The NSPM7 directs the federal government to focus on rooting out domestic terrorism. The directive singles out violence against ICE in particular as a leading domestic terrorist threat. 4 days later, Attorney General Pam Bondi signed her own directive building upon NSPM7 titled Ending Political Violence Against ICE. Bondi's orders directed federal law enforcement to crack down on threats to ICE officers, which it defines broadly to include things like doxing as well as impeding their enforcement action. Homeland Security, to which ICE reports, says that there have been 1,000% increases in attacks on U.S. immigration and custom enforcement officers since Trump's inauguration. And it's a wide swath of things that they are saying, you're impeding ICE, you're impeding ICE. So, why? So, anything, if you're yelling at ICE, I have an interview with Tom Hallman, who is over ICE. Do you know the guy who took the $50,000 cash payment to give somebody a contract when he got the job? That same Tom Hallman, who is still over ICE, he said that in all of the things that he has viewed, he has never seen an ICE agent do anything improper. All of the people who have been shot in the face at from about 12 inches with a pepper spray out of a pepper spray gun that looks like a sawed off AK. He has never seen the ICE agent go overboard ever at any time. He's never seen them uh, be rough with anybody at any time that would concern him. Never. Okay. The directive goes on to direct prosecutors to target those interfering with or impeding ICE actions. The U.S. Attorney Office for each district shall prosecute any individual who assists or forcibly impedes or intimidates these officers, who interferes with the performance of these officers' official duties, or who attempts to do so consists with the Rule 18 USC 111 and other applicable federal laws, the document says. This has been going on for months now. ICE ramping up across America. What is astounding is that through it all, these trigger happy mass predators have not had to report to Congress about what laws and rules they are operating under, or any questions about what their rules of engagement are when they go out in the field. ICE obviously thinks that it can do whatever it wants without paying any price, and it has no desire to be a good neighbor in its enforcement of federal laws, battling with local authorities, operating as if it thinks it has seeming impunity, and swaggering about overarmed and swaggering about overarmed and over militarized. ICE is creating the very war that it claims to be fighting. I want to ask, where the hell is Congress amid all of this? But what's even the point anymore? They clearly don't care enough to do anything. So this is Ken Klippenstein's article. So if you don't know what the NSPM7. This link will be in my description box. Go find out. I have told you guys about all of the vague language that is in this bill about about how you can report a American citizens into the FBI if you feel that they are uh, anti-American. Yes, that is a rule that you can be reported to the FBI. If you are anti-American, anti-capitalist, if you are pro a certain sexual rights of different people, like if you're pro-trans is what they are trying to get at. If you are all of these things that they say are, if you are anti-Christian, these are things that you can now be reported to the FBI about. If you're anti-Christian, if you're anti-American, based upon someone who has a number to the FBI who wants to call in and report that you are anti-Christian, anti-capitalist, pro-LGBTQ rights, you can be reported to the FBI under this NSPM7. If you did not know, this is your government. So go over there. The link is in my description box. It's under Ken. Uh, it's in my description box. I can't do anything more for you on that. I'm telling you where to find the information. If you're curious about the information, you'll find it. If you just want to sit up here and talk dumb shit, continue to show that you are just wanting to talk dumb shit. Let's move on. I am moving on because I have other things that I do want to share with you. Because I am really unconcerned about the dumb shit that you have to talk. If you want to talk about a fact, if you want to talk about bullshit and propaganda, have at it. I'm not arguing with anybody. I'm showing you where to find the information. If you want to find it, find it. Whatever. Do you? Okay.
Have come to see the professionals at the BCA as true arbitrators that can get them justice. The unit is the result of years of scrutiny, public engagement, and bipartisan legislative action. Minnesotans have made it clear time and again they expect transparency through this process where a police officer uses deadly force. The BCA, Commissioner Superintendent Evans, have earned that trust by delivering on that expectation. I think it's clear to everyone as they saw this that it feels now that Minnesota has been taken out of the investigation. It feels very, very difficult that we will get a fair outcome. And I say that only because people in positions of power have already passed judgment, from the president to the vice president to Kristi Noem, have stood and told you things that are verifiably false.
People have been doxing these federal agents. They shouldn't have to dox a federal agent. A federal agent name and badge should be on their clothing. What problem did you have when the vice president of the United States told these turning points stooges to dox people who they felt didn't say the right thing when Charlie Kirk died? You had your vice president telling you to dox people and call their jobs when they didn't like what was said behind Charlie Kirk. And you think that a federal agent who is trying to hide behind a secrecy and is out here brutalizing citizens of the United States should not have his name and his badge number readily available, so they cannot hide behind the secrecy of an ICE agent did it, but I don't know which one did it. I can't approve which ICE agent did this to me. You know, these same ICE agents who are riding around drunk on their off time when they get off work, running into bushes, riding drunk with their children in the car and expecting to get off easy. Hey, I'm ICE, bro. I'm with the Department of Homeland Security. These ICE agents who haven't even passed a security check themselves. So, what's your point? What would be your point about a federal law enforcement agent hiding behind secrecy? Where have you heard this? Where have you really heard this before? Where have you really heard this before? And you're sitting up acting as if they're being victimized by being identified on a job which they should readily have their identity and give their names, but they don't do that. If you are stand behind something that you do, you're going to put your name to it. They're creating an atmosphere where these people can do whatever they want to do because they assure them that they will not be identified. And you think that this is a good thing. You think you just thought you made a point. You thought you just made a good point when you showed how stupid you are. Let's continue.
Inaccurate. They have determined the character of a 37-year-old mom that they didn't even don't know. They've determined that the actions are done. I don't know. I've not used inflammatory terms of what happened. I've asked us to find the answers. The only way we find the answers is a thorough investigation by nonpartisan professionals. We've delivered that. We've been able to do it. We've earned the trust. And when I say that, the trust of BCA, and I tell Minnesotans the trust of law enforcement here. Everyone knows globally, certainly here, that George Floyd, who was murdered a few blocks from this site, tore at the soul of who we were. But we healed. We built back trust. Chief Brian O'Hara came in and took one of the most difficult jobs in America of building back trust in the police force in Minneapolis after Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd. And he's earned that. And he's level, and he's fair, and he's asking for that. And so, Minnesotans, I will continue to press that we be part of the investigation, that we do the investigation, so that Minnesotans can trust what the outcome is. I don't have a predetermined notion. Yes, I saw the video. Yes, I saw that. But a thorough investigation will see what happened before that. It will take all factors in, and it will come up with a fair and just conclusion. And we will accept that. Very, very difficult for Minnesotans to think in any way this is going to be fair when Kristi Noem was judge, jury, and basically executioner yesterday. That's very, very difficult to think that they were going to be fair. With that being said, Minnesotans, we've risen to the occasion so far, but it's going to get challenging. It's going to be challenging because I feel your anger. The human desire to lash out in this moment is very real. I can tell you that that is the wish of many people, that they fulfill the wish they want to see us turn on one another, turn towards violence.
Hold on. Y'all got to quit showing your ignorance. Surely, you've seen the sign on the wall that was spelt. What is spelt? Surely, that was spelt incorrectly. As in learning, excuse me, that was spelt incorrectly. As in learning, you know what was going on, and you're gonna pay with the price. Let's get the immigrants and let's pay them government. Let's pay them government money. I guess that MONE. What is spelt? But what I want to know from you, surely you understand that spelt is not a word in the English language as meaning spelt. And you're sitting up here thinking you're turning it, talking about you saw the sign that was spelt incorrectly. Spelt is a grain of wheat. That's what spelt effectively is. It's not spelt, it's spelled. And it's not MONE, it's MONEY. You may have left off the Y. I do that sometimes, but I never use the word spelt instead of spelled. Maybe you need to go back to daycare. Let's continue.
Rather than peaceful reconciliation, rather than peaceful civil disobedience. And we have to do our best to not play into that. I say this too when I saw yesterday some of the anger, whether it's Minneapolis Police, Minnesota State Patrol, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, Minnesota National Guard. They are there to protect and serve, as it said. They are there to protect Minnesotans. Throwing your anger at them only inflames this situation. And I know some of you were up at the Whipple building this morning, and to the press who are here, I saw some of this myself. Thank you. Continue to have access to every single space. Continue to cover this story. Continue to show the world what's out there. I will say it where our president won't. The press are the defenders of our democracy. You need to be there. But I also tell folks, protect our Minnesotans who are out there and don't turn the anger to them. This is a brazen use of force. They want us to bend the knee. They want us to capitulate. The way we give them what they want is allow them to use this as an excuse to put more troops on the ground. Use them as an excuse to show that these are violent protests. And I also witnessed what I think is going to be a pattern over the next few days in the coming hours, is I saw an individual show up there with the intent to antagonize folks who were peacefully protesting, with a bullhorn to scream at them. And again, the desire to move on that individual is exactly what they want, because our respect for the First Amendment means we will expect and respect all opinions. If this individual is there expressing support for ICE, that's their constitutional right to do so, and they need to be protected. Don't allow that to be a catalyst to create violence. We believe in states' rights. We believe the federal government needs to stay out of this. We believe that the situation has gotten worse and less safe because of their presence. And I will just say there were two incidents yesterday I saw after this that just tore at my soul. I saw an individual at the scene identify themselves as medical personnel, a physician, and asked to provide aid. And an ICE agent said, "I do not care." That lack of humanity was chilling to me. And after this incident happened, and after the tensions rose, ICE agents entered a Minnesota school, causing disruptions at that school. I can't say this strongly enough as governor, as a parent, as a teacher. To our elected representatives, Democrats and Republicans, I beg you, I implore you to tell them to stay out of our schools. This tragedy will be magnified 100-fold if this fight moves into the hallways of our public schools amongst our youth. And they're watching us. They're watching us now, how we respond. So I've got a few simple asks. Let us, the professionals, handle this on Minnesota soil, this investigation. De-escalate this situation by removing yourselves from this situation with these 2,000 agents that were put here. And above all else, stay out of our schools. I'd like to ask you to care, but that might be a step too far for some people. But I know Minnesotans care. So we'll protest peacefully. We will win in courts. We will certainly win in the defense of our democracy, because the American people see what's happening here. But the way that we don't win and the way that we lose, if this turns towards violence and allows them to escalate, it cannot happen. So I ask the grass top leaders out there, the faith leaders, the folks who are on the streets, and in many times the true leaders are not the elected officials. They're the folks on the ground.
I hope you are talking to these people who are out here cheering on the death of this woman, because I know goddamn well you're not talking to me. When we know that that is the culture of the non-black people. When we know that that is the culture of the non-black people, as also exhibited in the crime statistics. I know you're not talking to me. We know who culture that permeates in and through. I know you cannot be talking to me. Uh, Big Brenda Clark, thank you for helping me reach my goals. If you learn something new here, that is what my goals are for, is to teach you something that you, not teach you, I am not a teacher, but to share with you something that you may not have known. So I just want to I spelt I laughing my ass off. I was so far behind. Hey, Madison. Hello, everyone. Thank you guys for joining me. I'd like to thank all my new members for joining. Please hit the like button. If you're watching on your phone, Rubio will be the first to squeal. I concur. Tap the screen twice or hit the like button. Okay. ICE are Trump supporters in uniforms. Okay, I can go with that. So that is what I wanted you to share. They are not allowing the uh, investigators in Minnesota to investigate this crime. They're hiding the evidence. You know, kind of like they're hiding the evidence of these Epstein files. Now, let's see the press conference that Peter Thiel's main boy showed up to. If you are unaware, uh, the Cat Man, the Couch Man, JD Vance is speaking. So this is the main reason why only impeaching 45, 47, that is insufficient. We actually need to make sure that this whole administration is impeached. We need to reach for Amendment 2 of the executive branch, Section 4. The president, vice president, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. We need to be going for Article 2, Section 4 to get this whole shitload of criminals out of our uh, government. Hey, Foot Soldier, how you doing? I didn't see you come in. It's good to see you, Foot Soldier. Let me let you hear the more lies. Now, Tom Hallman refused to answer any questions. He pretended like he had just gotten off a plane and didn't have the chance to watch the video, but it would be wrong of him to say anything before an investigation had been launched. But Christy Nome, his boss, had already called this woman a domestic terrorist. 4547 had already came out and called this woman a domestic terrorist who had run over a ICE officer. But he wouldn't say as much. So let's see what Lion Levitt has to say with her botulinum filled lips and old man baby filled belly has to say.
Will always uphold law and order. Clear. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me be clear. President Trump and his entire administration stand fully behind the heroic men and women of ICE and will always uphold law and order in the United States of America. The deadly incident that took place in Minnesota yesterday occurred as a result of a larger, sinister, left-wing movement that has spread across our country, where our brave men and women of federal law enforcement are under organized attack. Right now, immigration and customs enforcement officers are facing a 1,200% increase in assaults, a 3,200% increase in vehicle rammings, and an 8,000% increase in death threats. ICE agents are faithfully enforcing federal law to protect the safety of the American people by removing criminal illegal aliens from our country, which is exactly what nearly 80 million Americans elected President Trump and Vice President JD Vance to do. Radicals in the Democrat Party are furious over this. They don't want our border secured or criminal illegal aliens being removed. As a result, Democrats are impeding immigration enforcement operations daily, creating extremely heightened and dangerous circumstances that make it nearly impossible for the men and women of law enforcement to simply do their jobs. Democrats are calling to defund federal law enforcement agencies who are protecting public safety. And Democrats are calling to abolish ICE and defund the police. That will never be allowed to happen under this president and vice president. The Trump administration will redouble our efforts to get the worst of the worst, criminal illegal alien killers, rapists, and pedophiles off of American streets. The Department of Homeland Security will continue to operate on the ground in Minnesota, not only to remove criminal illegal aliens, but also to continue conducting door-to-door investigations of the rampant fraud that has taken place in the state under the failed and corrupt leadership of Democrat Governor Tim Walz. Taxpayers have been ripped off to the tune of billions of dollars in this one state alone, and that is going to end, and people are going to be held accountable. The Trump administration has activated thousands of federal agents, doubled the number of U.S. attorneys in the DOJ office in Minneapolis, and surged resources to hold fraudsters accountable and demand justice for law-abiding American taxpayers and citizens across our country. And that's what brings the vice president out here with.
So that's what they have money for. But they take away food stamps because of the government shutdown. Food stamps that were already accounted for. The money was already accounted for. But this is what they do to the American people because they are Johnny come lately to fraud that has already been prosecuted, that is already being investigated. Do you hear her say the number of people that they have put in not only to apprehend undocumented immigrants, but now all ICE agents are supposed to be going door to door to investigate fraud? When has that been a part of ICE's job? They have doubled the amount of prosecutors. You mean these DOJ prosecutors who whip up these bogus cases that are constantly getting thrown out of court under this Department of Justice because all of the smart, qualified DOJ attorneys have left or been fired for investigating the January 6th crimes, it being their job. You mean all of these people who are getting cases thrown out of court? So, but you notice what she hasn't told you. What she hasn't told you that with all of this money that they're pouring in, trying to pretend like uh, uh, the fraud in Minneapolis has been ongoing and nothing has been done about it. She's not telling you that it was discovered under the Biden administration. And she's not telling you how many people under the Biden administration, up into the top person who started this fraud, a white woman. No. They know that you guys are so hateful and are so full of rage against non-white people that they just need to tell you that it was Somalians. So you will. Who said it best? Who said it best? I ain't got to tell you. I'll let one of your former presidents tell you. Who said it best? Lyndon Baines Johnson said it best. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pockets. Hell, give him somebody to look down at and he'll empty his pockets for you. Lyndon Baines Johnson. What she's not telling you is, since they have put all of these DOJ attorneys and all of these people going door to door, how many more people have they found? If they have found a slathering of people, if they found a large amount of people, notice she's telling you, she has given you no number of any new cases that they have found. You notice that? No, you don't notice that because this is what you notice. And you don't notice your pockets are being picked by all of these agents that they are sending down there for absolutely nothing. That's what you don't notice. Let's see what Peter Thiel's pet has to say.
Me today to discuss all the Trump administration is doing and to make an additional important announcement on this front. So please, Mr. Vice President, will be joining us now.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I want to echo some of what Carolyn said about what we're doing to combat the rampant fraud that exists in our immigration system, thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allowed the American taxpayer to be taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work. So here's the simple fact here. If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number 2, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas that the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also...
For example, what wrongdoings have you seen? We have broad authority. Why do you need any broad authority that is broader than the law already was? Under a failed administration, you mean the administration who prosecuted these crimes?
This broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work. So here's the simple fact here. If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number 2, make...
So, what he did right there, he tried to pretend like there are no Somali American citizens. What he did right there is to tell you that every Somalian here is not a U.S. citizen. That's what he did. So he's criminalizing you for being a Somalian. But you guys wanted to vote for these people. You guys wanted to separate yourself from Black Americans and say that you are not Black Americans. But you decided to bring your asses over here after all of the fucking advances that the ancestors of Black American had put up and set up in America. And you wanted to poo-poo Black Americans as if you were something elite, as if you were something that was closer to these people that you voted into office. And now, how is it working out for you? They don't even want to call you an American citizen when you are an American citizen. They want to otherize you as criminals. But hey, you tried to pretend like Black Americans who built this country didn't know what they were talking about. And now it is your turn.
Making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a...
So, I want to know how many of these Somalians who have already been prosecuted have been deported. None of them, because they're American citizens. But here we go. They shouldn't even be in this country. Should Irish people be in this country? Should Jewish people be in this country? Should these people be in this country? Huh? They shouldn't even be in this country if they commit a crime. Surely the Italians shouldn't be in this country. Oh, uh, so the Somalians, because they're black colored people, they shouldn't even be in this country. So because a crime committed by one uh, is a crime committed by all of them. Thus, none of them should be in this country. But we don't say that about white immigrants. Notice that? Do you hear the dog whistle that is being put out? And they are doing something about it. They are spending all of your tax dollars as this country is falling in a fucking third world nation condition. As the dollar is shrinking in value, as there are more people out of jobs than there are jobs to give people. But they are giving all of these contracts for billionaires. They are telling you that they will not allow any states to regulate AI, and the focal point of AI is to take over all of your jobs. They don't have anything for you. They have something for the billionaires, but you are sitting up in this chat cheering this shit on. JD Vance has never had a job that Peter Thiel didn't get for him, didn't procure for him. But you're sitting up in here as if these billionaires are going to do something for you in your life. Curious. I keep showing your ignorance.
A major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening in Minneapolis, it's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new assistant attorney general position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to thank a couple of people for their cooperation, in particular Pam Bondi, our Attorney General, first of all, for getting a lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud, really at an industrial scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it, but importantly,
we've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country, he says. Says the man who is ignoring the fact that 4547 is self-dealing for himself and his friends to the tune of billions of dollars. He's never seen fraud like this in the time of this country, as 4547 has adorned himself the ruler over what's going to happen to the Venezuelan oil. Somebody who has never worked in the oil business a day in his life. But now he is going to be over all of the Venezuelan oil. And this motherfucker sits up here and thinks that him saying that he's never seen fraud like this in America all of his days of his life. The same America that got rich off the backs of slaves, and he's never seen fraud like this. The slaves, the black people who built this country off of their sweat and their brow, but he has never seen so much fraud in this country. And y'all believe that dumb shit. You actually believe that dumb shit. Let's continue.
Creating a job like this often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this Associate Attorney General position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who has promised me swift confirmation for this official. But this is the person who is going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people. Here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what this position does. It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with two crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And
So they have a special, have something that has all of the protections of a special counsel, but they will not put a special counsel over it. It is going to be run by the biggest frauder in the United States of America in himself. Let that sink in. And your tax dollars is going to fund this. Are we forgetting that 4547 said that he should get the $50 million reward that was on Maduro's head? But these are the people who are going to be rooting out fraud. And he's telling you how much money they have put into it because they're rooting out fraud from Somalians. As paperwork had already showed in this big expose that stupid YouTuber did, that all of the agencies that he went to have already been investigated and they are still getting their money. And they told you the amount of money that they are getting because they have been found to not be fraudulent child care agencies. But now you have J.D. Vance and 4547 talking about how much of the tax dollars is being piled on to this to root out fraud. And you don't understand that this is the fraud. This is the money. And only he and 4547 will be over this. I thought that 4547 had a whole Venezuelan oil field to run. I thought 4547 had a whole United States of America to run. I thought that 4547 also had Venezuela to run. But now he's on a fraud task force too. And he can barely stay awake at a motherfucking a meeting, not a cabinet meeting, a regular old fucking regular meeting. He was falling asleep when they did the press conference about the invasion on Venezuela. He was standing up, falling asleep. And you mean to tell me he gonna do all these jobs? He must be Jamaican. We may need to check his motherfucking background. This motherfucker got all these jobs and can't stay awake. I'm Jamaican. I have 9 jobs.
Number two, it's actually constitutionally legitimate. As you guys may know, the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is why we set it up as an associate attorney general. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a...
No, you set it up as an associate attorney general, so you couldn't get a real attorney to do this. You probably could not get a real attorney to do this. You set it up that way because you are the biggest fraud in government. beyond 45, 47. Now we got to hear about a text that he was sent. We have to hear about something that he probably got from somebody like Benny Johnson or one of these YouTube influencers that they want you to believe that is giving you factual information. Let's see what this text is.
A CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story.
Oh, it's the media. CNN put up a camera to distract you. CNN, look what I just got. The way that the media is reporting this. Chaba.
Has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33.
Okay. So let's see why that ICE officer was dragged. What JD Vance is not going to tell you, a Supreme Court rule, Cordova versus Argonne, the U.S. Court of Appeals, not the Supreme Court, U.S. Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit held that where a police officer had moved out of the way of an oncoming vehicle, the use of deadly force was not justified. So, what the Court of Appeals has already ruled is if you can move out of the way, you must move out of the way. And thus, any deadly force is not justified if you can move out of the way. What that man did is he moved directly in the way. Directly in the way. So you are supposed to believe the hyperbole that JD Vance is telling you. But JD Vance is not telling you that.
Stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about.
He got stitches in. How many stitches in his legs allegedly? How many? He got stitches in his leg. And after shooting a woman in his face, and I need to see those stitches. I really need. This is bullshit. He was recovering. He almost lost his life. He has stitches in his leg. Do you believe that this man? No, this man. I don't believe it.
ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile? What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of.
Oh, he's talking about the first ICE officer that shot and killed somebody in Chicago. When a regular police body cam showed up, he said, "Oh, are you all right?" He said, "Yeah, I'm fine." But now JD Vance is telling you that he had 33 stitches in his leg. The man who said, "Oh no, I'm fine," he said he was fine. There was no blood on his pants. Now, JD Vance is sitting up here telling you that this man had 33 stitches in his leg. Because they said that he was dragged by the car. And no camera around there showed such dragging happening. But a camera did show him say, "No, I'm fine." So are we recreating history? Yes, that's what we're doing. And this is who's going to be on this task force.
America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly.
So Now we are to believe that she is a part of some type of cabal that wants to dox. JD Vance, you were the one who came out after Charlie Kirk and told people to dox people on the left. These are law enforcement officials who names should not be kept secret in the first place if they're federal agents. Now, what proof is JD Vance? JD Vance, who is going to be over this big investigation that is going to have grand jury authority, and he's coming out here smearing the name of this woman and offering you absolute no facts.
Sometimes using domestic terror to attack, to document enforcement. Headline leaves out is that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President.
So, if you're not familiar with MSP N7, that is one of the main things that they also want to do. They want to determine American citizens as domestic terrorists. I left a Ken Klippenstein link in my description box under Ken. I suggest you go over there and read what they want to consider as domestic terrorists. That is the whole point of this NSPM7. And now you hear him accusing a dead woman of being a domestic terrorist. So terrorism means a whole lot different of things. And it seems like the only people who are considered to be domestic terrorists is people who protest their government. They actually say that protesters can be considered to be domestic terrorists. When your Constitution gives you the right to protest your government. But this administration is trying to figure out a way to deem protesters as domestic terrorism. Go over there and read it for yourself. I'm not going to read it to you. I've read it several times on my channel. It is there for you. Go to the link in my description box. Mark Ken. Go to his Substack page and read the actual document. This is not word of mouth. This is not hearsay. This is not through the purview of someone's thinking. No, this is the actual document. Okay. Let me see if there's any valuable questions.
It stands with ICE. I stand with ICE. We stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before. And everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said, "When things looked bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now." Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey and whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, that's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe, in fact, has participated in fraud. That's what this new Assistant Attorney General
saying that the Minneapolis governor may have assisted in fraud. Now, isn't that interesting? He's quitting because of the fraud. Or could it be he's quitting because people are standing outside of his house where he has a special needs son and calling the son retards and yelling and screaming retard at his house. The same thing that 4547 actually called Tim Waltz. He called Tim Waltz a retard, with the full understanding that Tim Waltz has a special needs son. The special need son that was happy uh, in the crowd at the debate and all of this, and the right wing people dragged a mentally challenged child who was happy. Maybe that's why he's not running anymore. But you don't care who drags your family. You don't care who says that your family are shit in water, are land shitters or whatever they say about your half Indian children. You don't give one fuck. You get up and talk about you wish your Hindu wife was a Christian, and you don't give a fuck about your children. So because you are so busy trying to get access to power. That's the difference between Tim Waltz and J.D. Vance. Understand? You don't give a fuck that people call your children Jabis or whatever. You don't give a fuck that people say, how in the world did you name your child Vivek? You don't defend your children while you're trying to say that there is something wrong with Tim Waltz in protecting his son.
Position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Waltz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
But you chose to use to defame a Tim Waltz character, saying that he is probably part of a fraud, and while you ignore all of the fraud that 4547 is in on. Make that make sense. Hold on one second. I apologize. I'm back. Where did I leave off? Hold on. Let's see if there are any questions.
Unrelated question here. I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They've told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents. And you're talking about ICE agents right now and being concerned about them. What, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are protected during these protests? But also, should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Look, first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American People's Administration to enforce the American people's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations. And that means that we are going to get tougher, and that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice. We're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out. But here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told...
Who paid for the brick? A wide network. When somebody throws a brick, who paid for the brick? Who paid for the brick? I think you can get a brick at Home Depot for 52 cents. It's definitely under $1. It could be more since the prices. A brick is under $1. And he wants you to believe that it is some wide network. And the way that these cities and rural areas of the United States are crumbling down because the infrastructure is so fucked and the people are so poor. Not just cities, rural patches of the United States. You can find a fucking brick anywhere. But he wants you to believe that if someone's throwing a brick, they must have a vast network behind them. Are you kidding me? This is something that they want you to buy. Somebody's buying paying for the brick. Look, take while you have these computers in your hand and you wanting to repeat the hyperbole and the bullshit that this administration. Why don't you check out a few YouTube videos of people driving through the United States of America and see how torn down and decimate the United States of America really is, while they are spending all of this money on bullshit that does not help the American live a better life, while they are tearing down the American way of life. Go look at how torn down in every state You guys want to use your racist tactics? Go through some red states and see how buildings are crumbling. And this stupid motherfucker wants you to believe that someone has to pay for the brick if they're throwing bricks on people. But she didn't throw a brick. What the fuck is you? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, I can't believe that question was a good question that came from Steve Ducey or whatever Ducey Jr. from Fox News.
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but the high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman's or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this? There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is
What I recall, that a neighbor came out and heard the commotion and said that that was her neighbor. How did she get there? From my all of my understanding is that a neighbor who was inside her own house heard the commotion, went outside, and saw her neighbor. That's how she got there. Oh, let's continue.
trying to incite violence against our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous, it's preposterous, and part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it, who's supporting it, who's cheerleading it, and of course, if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Vice President, thank you for taking questions today. Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning? Are you preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going
specific acts that have investigation by drawing such conclusions about various. Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning? Are you preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this, but the simple Fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer.
Oh, Lord. You guys are showing your ignorance because we black people, we already knew that it would happen to us because it happens to us on a daily living in the United States of America. While you apologize and rationalize and blame the victim of their own persecution away. But now you're apologizing when it's happening to you. That's why I always kept my eye on what they were doing with these undocumented immigrants, because surely they would also come for other people, United States citizens. I already knew that as a black woman living in America. But now that it is happening to your own people, you are still towing the line of someone who tells you that this has not even been investigating, and he is out here smearing the victim of this crime, being an apologist, and you are carrying right along with him apologizing. And you saw exactly what happened, and they are telling you something else happened, but you're being the apologist for it, even as it happens to you. See, because all of these people who are pretending at Turning Point USA, and you will be reported to your government if you're not a Christian, if you are not Christian enough. But see, what the Christian Bible tells me is what you would do to the least of me, you would do to me also. But obviously, this is not in the white supremacist, the Christian right Bible. What you would do to the least of me, you would do to me also. And these are people who are playing in the Christian religion and sitting up here slandering this person before an investigation has even been started. In one investigation that is in the midst of the investigation, he's slandering a dead woman. And you in here, who is talking all of this ignorance, all of this hyperbole, all of this propaganda that you are repeating. I'm not affected by this. I'm really happy that you are showing the world your own ignorance. I have no job to do here. I'm just presenting the facts.
And pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what? You don't have to agree with our immigration policies. You don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement. But why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize? Instead, what some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful, and it's got to stop.
Just to follow up on that question, and again, thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country, over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility do you and the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota, bring down the temperature as this investigation is unfolding?
What we have a responsibility to do is to protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's laws enforced in the United States of America. Now, again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this woman was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with a law enforcement action. I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box. Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening. people trying to antagonize, to commit acts of violence. They throw bricks at them. Sometimes they shoot at them. Sometimes they dox them. Sometimes they go to their place of residence and harass their families. This is classic terrorism. And we cannot say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law. That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in this garbage. The actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before.
Yeah. Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using.
Answer the question. They've already investigated that. And we're gonna play like that has not been investigated. But so you can avoid answering the real question that was posed to you.
Using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is.
So you're hiding the name of the official. So let's see how incompetent. They don't want the name out of the shooter. So let me go here. Let me go here. I'll show you how incompetent these people are. And I'll get back to that. Let me see. Okay, let me show you the incompetence of this administration. This is Keith Edwards breaking. Kristi Noem accidentally names ICE officer. Didn't take long. Who doxed? Who's doing the doxing?
You hear that? That is the sound. Oh shit, y'all. Oh shit. You hear that? You hear that? That is the sound of justice beginning to form. Because we now have the identity of the person who murdered Renee Good yesterday in Minneapolis. The ICE thug has been named, and you know why he's been named? You know how? Because Kristi Noem right here gave some information about the gentleman. And all it took was that little bit of information from the internet sleuths to be able to find and name the officer. Here is what Kristi Noem said that led to the officer's identification.
Minneapolis. We've seen over 100 of these vehicle rammings happen in just recent weeks, and this must stop. ICE alone is facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats against all of them. In fact, the very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June. He sustained injuries at that time as well. And let me remind you why we're all here in this city.
All right. So it turns out the liars for that one instance.
So that was the same one who shot and killed the man in Chicago. I didn't understand that to be the same man when J.D. Vance was talking about the man who got 33 stitches in his leg. Do you find it curious that this man is going with the same lie? This man is the only man in ICE who is pulling his gun and shooting and killing people, and with the same story. I guess if the story worked once, it will always work. And he is still with ICE, still pulling his gun on people and shooting and killing people. Let's continue.
Actually told the truth, and because they told the truth, we're able to find that officer. And here's what some internet sleuths did.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem may have just accidentally given up the identity of the ICE agent who murdered Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis yesterday. Here's why. During her press briefing, Kristi Noem cited an incident that happened last June, claiming that the ICE agent who killed Renee yesterday in Minneapolis was struck by a car last June, also in Minnesota. So his name is actually revealed in an evidence list that DHS sent to the U.S. District Courts in Minnesota. And it says that photographs of Officer Ross's injuries taken in the area of 86th and 11th Avenue in Bloomington, Minnesota on June 17th, 2025. His name is here twice. And she specifically cited that this officer was hit by a car in June in Minnesota. There's only one recorded date that ever happened, and the officer's name, according to DHS, is Officer Ross.
Here's the Minnesota Tribune giving a little bit more detail on Jonathan Ross. This is Jonathan Ross. Jonathan Ross. Now, what I want you to do is to be peaceful and civil, because unlike on their side, when this sort of stuff happens, we're going to be peaceful. We're not going to threaten this man's life. We're going to let the courts take care of it. We're going to let justice do its thing. We're going to let karma play out. Okay? But I do know we are going to be learning a lot more about this man in the coming weeks and months. That is for sure. The Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent who fatally shot a 37-year-old woman in Minneapolis on January 7th is Jonathan Ross. Jonathan Ross.
Okay, so obviously I was wrong. That is not the same one who shot the person in Chicago. This first instance where he was run over, it happened in Minneapolis as well. So I will admit when I'm wrong.
Same officer who was dragged and injured by a fleeing driver in a separate incident last year, according to a person with knowledge of the case and verified by court documents. Little public information is available about Ross, described only by federal officers as an experienced officer. I'm sure that's true. On Wednesday morning, Ross was embedded with a group of federal agents on a targeted crackdown in South Minneapolis when Renee Nicole Good was shot. ICE has not reported the identity of the shooter and did not respond to requests for comment for this story. A photo of Ross' face has circulated online, as we've shown you. And on June 17th, Ross was participating in an arrest of Roberto Carlos Munez Guatemala, a Mexican citizen in Bloomington last year. Munez Guatemala had previously been convicted of fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct and had been put on detainer by immigration officials. Munez Guatemala ignored the agent's commands, including to fully roll down his window, so Ross broke open his rear window and reached inside to unlock the door. Munez Guatemala put the vehicle in drive and accelerated onto the curb, the charges said. Ross was dragged alongside the vehicle and twice fired his taser at Munez Guatemala, weaved back and forth in, quote, an attempt to shake him from the car. About 300 feet down the road, Munez Guatemala re-entered the street and knocked the officer from the car. The agent required 20 stitches for a deep cut in his right arm and another 13 stitches in his left hand, according to court documents. A jury convicted Munez Guatemala of assaulting a police officer in December. Hours of the shooting the Wednesday morning, Secretary of Homeland Security Noem said the agent involved had been dragged by a vehicle in an early incident. At the time, she did not provide specific locations details. The Department of Homeland Security confirmed Thursday the agent killed Good was the same officer dragged by a suspect in Bloomington last June. Although Ross was not named in the 13-page indictment of the driver, he is identified in several court records filed in the case, including photo exhibits from the hospital. He is also listed by name as a witness. A law enforcement source who is not authorized to speak publicly confirmed that Ross is the shooter. So this is the man, y'all. Vice President J.D. Vance had this to say about it.
Vice
Yeah.
President, thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous.
His job, I mean, it's really interesting if those court documents are true and that incident actually occurred the way that it's described. It sounds like he gave that that undocumented immigrant much more leeway than he did a 37-year-old woman who's an American citizen. There's absolutely zero reason why he had to shoot her. There's zero reason why she should be dead today. And he does not get absolute immunity. Derek Chauvin is in jail, in prison, as well he should be. And my hope is that the same fate happens for the man who murdered Renee Good. His name is Jonathan Ross. And as Dean Withers says here, he should be indicted immediately. Immediately. J.D. Vance went on to say that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended 6 months ago. You think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him. Well, the thing is like if you...
Well, if he's a little sensitive about someone ramming him, it seems like he would stay clear from vehicles that can move forward. It seems like he would not put himself in the purview of a vehicle that could pull forward. He would not grab and hold on and put his hands inside of a vehicle, and he would definitely stay from in front of vehicles. Which a 10th Circuit Appeal Court has already ruled that if he does not do that, he cannot justifiably kill someone.
You don't have the ability to compartmentalize when bad things happen in one situation versus what's happening in a completely different situation. And if you respond to everything with the same level as when someone is truly trying to hurt you versus someone trying to just get away, then you should not be in this job. I'm not saying it's an easy job. I'm not saying it's a job everyone can do. But certainly Jonathan Ross has proved that he's not someone that should have this job. He should be indicted. He should be arrested. He should be put on trial. And
if it happened to him once and he has not learned from the first time, and the only thing that he learned from the first time is that he would be permitted to pull his gun and shoot someone, he doesn't need to be in this job. I don't even know who Tammy is. Who the fuck is Tammy? I don't know. I have no idea what this Tammy person have to do with anything. Now, let me get to some more information. So now let's talk about the Russian oil ships that the U.S. has confiscated, and now 4547 is pissing a bitch because Congress will not allow him to do any more military action in Venezuela. These chips were confiscated prior to the Senate making a rule this morning that I showed you earlier. Hit the link. And look in my description box if you want to see the video again. Let me share this with you. But the dastardly plan 4547 had for the oil in Venezuela.
And abducted President Nicolas Maduro.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
U.S. forces have seized 2 more oil tankers with links to Venezuela days after the U.S. attacked Venezuela and abducted President Nicolas Maduro along with his wife. One of the oil tankers was seized in the Caribbean. The other, a Russian-flagged tanker, was intercepted in the North Atlantic. In response, Russia accused the U.S. of violating maritime law, calling for the release of the ship's crew. This comes as the Trump administration has announced plans to control sales of Venezuela's oil indefinitely.
On Wednesday, President Trump told the New York Times in an extended interview the U.S. may run the country for years. Trump also claimed the interim Venezuelan government is, quote, giving us everything that we feel is necessary, unquote. This is Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaking Wednesday.
As you've seen today, 2 more ships were seized. We are in the midst right now and, in fact, about to execute on a deal to take all the oil. They have oil that is stuck in Venezuela. They can't move it because of our quarantine and because it's sanctioned. We are going to take between 30 and 50 million barrels of oil.
We're joined now by 2 guests. From Caracas, Venezuela, we're joined by Carlos Ron, former Venezuelan diplomat who served as vice minister for North America from 2018 to last year under the government of Nicolas Maduro, co-coordinator of Nuestra America, office of the Tricontinental Institute for Social Research. He's joining us from Caracas. His new piece for Counterpunch headlined, "The Current Situation in Venezuela, a Government in Charge, a People Resilient." And we're joined by Francisco Rodriguez, Venezuelan economist, senior research fellow at the Center for Economic and Policy Research, professor of Public and International Affairs at the University of Denver. He has a piece in the New York Times today, How Machado Lost Her Chance to Lead Venezuela. His recent book, The Collapse of Venezuela, Scorched Earth Politics and Economic Decline, 2012 to 2020. He's a former head of Venezuela's Congressional Budget Office. Welcome you both to Democracy Now!, Francisco Rodriguez. Let's begin with you. Start off by responding to the U.S. bombing of Venezuela, killing, according to Venezuela now, about 100 people, abducting Maduro and his wife. You say this is unprecedented in U.S. history. Can you respond?
Well, yes. I mean, more than U.S. history, being able to extract a head of state from a country, to essentially kidnap the head of state and take it to another country, is something that there are no clear historical precedents of. There are invasions, there are occupations like Panama, like Iraq, where the head of state is ultimately captured. Those are essentially wars where there's a losing side. But this is different. This is a decapitation without regime change. So the political system in Venezuela remains intact. It's just lost its leader. But these political systems have a capacity to adapt to the losses of leadership. Of course, you do have a very different component, which is that it's not just that they lost their leader by chance. It's that the U.S. is threatening the country, that if it doesn't play according to its plans, it can do that to the current leader. It can, or it can effectively use its force. The U.S. has leveled a credible threat, and that is the reason that Venezuelan authorities are acquiescing to U.S. demands of control over the country's oil revenues.
Well, you said, Francisco, in another interview that, quote, you found it interesting that the United States had such an easy time capturing Maduro and his wife while they slept. That strongly suggests there was some type of internal collaboration from the Venezuelan forces that were guarding him. Could you elaborate on that? Who do you think was responsible for working with the U.S.?
Well, I mean, yes. So there are protocols. Any government, and much more so the Venezuelan government, that has been dealing with conspiracies, coup attempts for more than 2 decades, there are protocols for what you do with a head of state when, for example, you're under military attack. So the idea that you can actually be bombing a city and then catch the president in his bed sleeping at night says that there was a very basic failure, and this opens up a lot of questions. Now, We also know that there are about 100, by the Venezuelan government's account, persons who died during this raid. 32 of them are Cubans, and these are part of the security detail that guarded President Maduro. Now, that to me also suggests, that disproportionate rate of Cuban deaths suggests that something happened in the military where effectively one sector decided that it was going to back this. And then we have essentially less than 48 hours later, the new government saying that it's going to collaborate with the United States. In fact, it first issued a statement, of course, condemning the abduction of Maduro. But on the second day, it issued a statement that could have been issued by any government in the region that actually read more like a statement of a center-right or right-wing government of the region saying, we want good relations with the U.S. and we're willing to collaborate. So all of this is the type of pattern. Now, I'm not saying that I have proof of this. I'm just looking at patterns and I'm looking at behavior.
Now I see why you guys were writing Tammy. Tammy, why did Biden put a bounty on his head? Tammy, can you read your facts? Biden was not the one who put a bounty on his head. It was 47 in his first administration when he was first planning a coup on Venezuela. That is who put the bounty on his head, Tammy. Since you are in here talking like you know what you're talking about, understand that this is the arena of facts, not of propaganda, Tammy. I thought you were leaving, Tammy. Hit the like button on your way out, Tammy.
Which are very much those that you tend to see when there's a palace coup.
And so, Carlos Ron, if you could respond to this raid and the abduction of former President Maduro and his wife, and also what the response has been in Venezuela. Many have been protesting.
I'm going to move forward. I want to hear about the plans for the oil.
These are people that were not, the bombs didn't fly over their heads. I think that you even see that there's even people here in Venezuela that were not members of the government, that were not government supporters, that are people that have, been opposition leaders or militants. You don't see them in the streets, celebrating or doing anything of the sort. You actually see a lot of people that are, frustrated, are angry, and are upset about this incursion from the United States.
But unfortunately, a lot of people are spreading the lie that Elon Musk put on his Twitter of AI showing the people in Venezuela celebrating. Does it look like these women who are walking down the streets with these long rifles, does it look like they are celebrating? The pay for propaganda X and some of our news agency, for-profit news agencies would like you to go out and spread all of this propaganda about what the Venezuelan people are doing, when in fact it has been proven to be AI. And up until yesterday, Elon Musk has not taken this propaganda down, and now you dummies are out here repeating it as if it is fact. Let's continue.
I wanted to ask Francisco Rodriguez about the oil, about the seizing most recently of these latest oil tankers, one with a Russian flag, about President Trump saying that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela for the indefinite future, and it'll be funded by taking Venezuela's oil, the latest, the 30 to 50 million barrels of oil that the U.S. will just take, worth something like $2 billion.
Yeah. Well, the details are still unclear as to exactly how it is that this is going to work. Effectively, the Venezuelan economy runs on the revenues from oil sales. Oil is more than 90% of the country's exports. It's around half of its fiscal revenue. This economy does not operate, cannot do very basic things, including even feeding its population without these oil revenues. Now, President Trump has effectively said that, and his cabinet has said that these funds are going to be deposited in offshore accounts and that the U.S. is going to be deciding how they're going to be spent. But unless they want to cause a famine in Venezuela, this money has to come back to Venezuela to fund Venezuelan imports of essentials, of food, of medicines, of agricultural inputs, of inputs for restoring the oil sector, its electricity sector. So what seems to be taking place is something that is actually similar to the Iraqi oil for food program between 1996 and 2003. At that time, it was the UN Security Council that imposed it, and it was the United Nations as an organization that effectively ran it. And what that implied was supervision over how the funds were spent. Of course, in that case, the idea was that the role would be to ensure that they were spent on humanitarian goods, on humanitarian imports. Here, President Trump is being much more explicit that he cares about these imports coming from American companies, so that it's a way to ensure that Venezuela, that the money that comes out of Venezuela is actually spent on contracting the U.S. corporate sector.
Well, Francisco, I want to ask you about something that the New York Times reported in October, which is that the Maduro regime had offered a deal to the U.S. to avoid conflict, which included, quote, opening up all existing and future oil and gold projects to American companies, giving preferential contracts to American businesses, reverse the flow of Venezuelan oil exports from China to the United States, and slash his country's energy and mining contracts with Chinese, Iranian, and Russian firms. So if that's the case, why do you think Trump refused that deal then, since it seems effectively that's what he's getting now, because that's what he wants?
Exactly. And the answer has to be he wanted to get rid of Maduro. And I think that there were political reasons to get rid of Maduro.
And how much did that cost the U.S. taxpayer to hand over all of this to big oil corporations? Something that Maduro had already offered him, like I have already told you, like I already played for you in the past. But y'all act like y'all can't remember shit. Trump loves the ignorant voter.
Maduro had become essentially the symbol of the Latin American, evil Latin American dictator. That's how he was perceived. Venezuela's current leader, Delcy Rodriguez, is not perceived that way. She's just not known. She's also not linked to allegations of drug trafficking or of crimes against humanity or of political repression to the extent and in the very direct way that Maduro or Diosdado Cabello, for example, were. So I think that the choice was twofold. One of them is to do this, and President Trump actually was clear about this. He offered Maduro a possibility of leaving the country peacefully to essentially go into exile. Maduro rejected it. It's very clear that he wanted Maduro out of the way. And I think also it became a symbolic price. I mean, being able to carry out this operation, extract Maduro, put him behind bars in New York. I think that this is the type of symbolism that President Trump craves and seeks, where he can be seen as a strong and forceful leader who's able to go after the bad guys, or the people who are perceived as being the bad guys.
I want to turn to a clip of Venezuelan President Maduro in an exclusive interview with Spanish journalist Ignacio Omanet just days before Maduro's kidnapping. The interview was filmed December 31st as Maduro drove a car through the streets of Caracas with his wife Celia Flores sitting in the back seat, a red hat with the words "No war, yes peace" written in white, also resting in the back seat of the car. During the interview, Maduro said, quote, "The American people should know that here they have a friend, a friendly, peaceful nation, and a friendly government, too." Let's go to the clip.
The far right and the economic threats and blockade campaigns of the U.S. empire, one of the objectives now the attacks on oil tankers and Venezuelan oil is to once again disrupt monetary life and the balance that we have already achieved.
Not war, no crazy war. ¿Verdad? Yes, peace. No crazy war. Yes, peace. Yo lo he dicho. Queremos paz.
We want peace, we want respect for international law, and we hope that in the coming weeks and months, the American and global society will be able to generate pressure to end these threats.
So I wanted to get Carlos Ron to respond to that, and also why President Trump chose to stick with the government that you were a part of course, the Maduro government. Delcy Rodriguez, part of a revolutionary family. Her brother, head of the National Assembly, her father, well-known assassinated leader, revolutionary leader, and not go with Maria Corina Machado. And I'd like to get Francisco Rodriguez's response to that as well. You just wrote a piece in the Times about this today, but start with Carlos.
Well, just to clarify, I am not a member of the government. I'm a researcher for Tricontinental Institute. I was a diplomat at some point, but I do support President Maduro, and I do support acting President Delcy Rodriguez. And I think the reason, what President Maduro said in that clip that you just mentioned was important. The position of the Venezuelan government has always been to try to, get the U.S. to return to diplomacy. I mean, the U.S. got into this mess in the first place by this maximum pressure campaign, imposing sanctions. I mean, that was what really drove Venezuela, apart from U.S. because, just a few years ago, even during President Chavez, the U.S. was a main trading partner for Venezuela. The relations, even though there was, of course, different political and ideological views, there was a different type of relations. Now, I think President Maduro's message there has been the consistent message of President Maduro throughout this time, and I think it still is the consistent message now. Peace is something important, diplomacy is something important, and Venezuela is willing to do that under a framework of respect. That was what Venezuela always sought.
So Venezuela offered 45-47 the opportunity for American oil companies to come in and raid his land, and 45-47 refused it. Now, it is also reported that 45-47 was also mad out at how Maduro used to go out and do I will vote for Donald Trump, the dance that 45-47 used to do.
Donald Trump continues to fulfill his America First promise by trying to rule every other country. This is just another day. If you're anything like me, then you probably have that habit of starting another project before you've even finished the one before it. I guess if you're also like me, then you lie awake at night, frozen with fear, haunted by the paralyzing thoughts of your own mortality. But that's a video for another time. But back to that whole projects thing, it is a common pattern that most people have, but usually it doesn't involve things this big.
With the future of how Venezuela will be run still unclear, the White House is already setting its sight on a potential new target, Greenland.
Sure, why not? As a man obsessed with islands and places covered in ice, that seems to track. Yes, after consulting with his closest oil executives and seemingly using an Etch-a-Sketch to craft his extensive plan for overthrowing Venezuela and plunging their government into chaos, Donald Trump's decided to move on to a whole other project. What could go wrong?
A U.S. takeover of Greenland by force against the will of Denmark would be tantamount to an invasion of a NATO member. It would easily be the biggest crisis in the alliance's history.
Oh, right. Greenland is a NATO ally. And you heard the man, this would easily be the biggest crisis in NATO history. The only thing that even comes close was that time Bulgaria got caught smoking meth. So the president wants to upend international law, jeopardize our national security, and extinguish any moral high ground our nation has built over decades. But not to worry.
The people of Greenland would love to become
a state of the United States of America.
Gosh, why does that sentiment sound so familiar?
They do believe we will be greeted as liberators.
I guess what they say is true. You don't have to be a dick to be a dick. Now, before you jump to the completely rational conclusion that Donald Trump is going to try and take Greenland by force, there's actually another option on the table.
The U.S. could potentially buy Greenland as one potential option on the table. What would such an offer look like? Is there anything monetarily you could provide, any details there?
Well, that's something that's currently being actively discussed by the president and his national security team.
And that must be so reassuring to all those Greenlanders, because if there's one guy you can trust to be honest with his cash, it's DJT. So maybe this whole feeling that I've got that American troops are about to be sent to storm the beaches of Greenland is completely overblown. Donald Trump is going to write a number down on a napkin, never pay it, and that'll be that.
All options are always on the table for President Trump as he examines what's in the best interests of the United States. But I will just say that the president's first option always has been diplomacy.
Sweet. I've always felt that when you're trying to assuage any fears the American people might have of military intervention in a sovereign country, it's best to point to the president's commitment to diplomacy just a few days after military intervention in a sovereign country. Can someone tell me if we are or are not invading Greenland?
Does that mean we're going to go send troops into Greenland and take it over? No. I mean, they only have, 50,000 people there. This is not a thing, okay?
Phew, that's a relief, because for a second, it kind of felt like a thing. You know, because of that time just a few days ago when old Nuclear Codes McGee said, "We need Greenland." But maybe that was just the altitude talking. You know how it is when you have a totally different perspective on a plane. Like in the sky, you think watching 50 Shades of Grey is a fine idea. But when you land, you realize it's not the greatest movie to watch while sitting next to this guy. But lesson learned and lawsuit settled. Anyway, as Mike Johnson said, this whole Greenland thing is not a thing. No one's even talking about it.
Did Marco say something like that? I think he did. I mean, it was over a 2-hour meeting.
What's that now?
And I think he did make a comment, but I think he did it with a smile. He was trying. I took that as a joke. He was trying to be humorous about it. Okay.
Yes, and who doesn't love a hilarious "we're going to invade Greenland" bit from the secretary?
Okay, we talked about that. Now they're talking about paying these 40 to 50,000 Greenlanders between $10 and $100,000 to allow them to take over their straits, their state, their country. Let me show. There is something. Where did I put this? Billionaire Trump MAGA.
How to make more money? How to?
It's to cash in after illegal attack on Venezuela. Here we go.
Steal more money? How to keep other people small? Let's just guess. Billionaire Trump mega donor set to make a killing on Venezuela oil. You don't say. Oil tycoons, billionaires, and war hawks are salivating at the invasion of Venezuela, especially founder and president of Elliott Management Corporation. That would be one Paul Singer. This is Paul Singer, the billionaire, mega donor of Trump's re-election campaign. He is going to make a lot of money off of Venezuela oil. And you know, if my friends call me up, maybe their kid says, "Oh, Sharon, she's selling Girl Scout cookies," or some kind of, fundraiser, I buy, even if I don't want the product, because those are my friends. When you are a billionaire, you don't really even have real friends. You do know that, right? This was an investment. This was pay to play. Oh, this re-election campaign, sure. How much do you need? What am I going to get out of it? And by the way, I'll make sure you're rich too, since you haven't divested out of any of your Trump companies. One of President Donald Trump's top billionaire donors, who has spent the past several months backing a push for regime change in Venezuela, is about to cash in after the president's kidnapping of the nation's president, Nicolas Maduro, this weekend. While he declined to tell members of Congress, Trump has said he tipped off oil executives before the illegal attack. Press conference following that attack, he said the U.S. would have our very large United States oil companies go into Venezuela, which he said the U.S. will run indefinitely and start making money for the United States. Signed, Vladimir Putin. I mean, doesn't that sound like something Putin would write and say with that smirk on his face? This is hey folks, in case you didn't notice, we're not kind of like Russia. This is what Russia did. This is what Russia is doing. And this is what we're doing. Singer gave a lot of money to Trump during the 2024 election. 2024, Singer, an 81-year-old with a net worth of $6.7 billion, donated measly $5 million to Make America Great Again, Inc. from Super PAC. Singer donated tens of millions more in the 2024 cycle to support Trump's allies, including $37 million to support the election of Republicans to Congress. He also donated an undisclosed amount to fund Trump's second transition. I wonder if he's allowed to just pocket that. I mean, it's transition money. Singer gave a lot of money to Trump during the 2024 election. As we said, he's also a major pro-Israel donor. Imagine that. Foundation having donated more than $3.3 million to groups like Birthright Israel Foundation, Israel America Academic Exchange, Boundless Israel. And here's where it gets really, dark. November 2025, less than 2 months before Trump's operation to take over Venezuela, Singer's investment firm, Elliott Investment Management, inked a highly fortuitous deal. Purchased Citgo, U.S.-based subsidiary of Venezuela's state-owned oil company, for $5.9 billion. A sale that was forced by a Delaware court after Venezuela defaulted on its bond payments. This is an interesting coincidence. Singer acquired the Citgo's 3 massive coastal refineries, 43 oil terminals, more than 4,000 gas stations at a major discount because of its distressed status. Advisors to the court overseeing the sale estimated its value at $11 to $13 billion, while the Venezuelan government estimated it at $18 billion. And even though Maduro and his friends are crooks, I'm going to go take the $18 billion number. I suggest to you that the $18 billion is closer to what it was. So fire sale doesn't even begin to cut it. Okay, pennies on the dollar. Here's what he got it for. Venezuelan Vice President and Minister of Petroleum Delcy Rodriguez called the sale of Citgo to Singer fraudulent and forced in December. Yeah. Sometimes crooks say things that are accurate, sometimes. Singer is expected to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of an oil industry controlled by U.S. corporations. Hey, look, folks, this is so terrible. We've watched in real time the Trump administration blow up Forrest Gump. And in one instance, at least, when several Gumpers survived and were clinging to pieces of wreckage, 40 minutes later, they dropped another one and snuffed them out. All under the guise of, we're protecting Americans from the drugs that were not headed here. I'm so tired of people talking about the bad actors, Maduro's not good. We're not talking about that. We're talking about rule of law, due process, and not assassinating people because we want their riches, their treasures, their oil. We've invaded Venezuela, and you have that bold guy who's always with the president talking about how we're going to run the country. It's not ours to run just because we had the military capability. And by the way, I'm tired of the mainstream media talking about how we had a precise, just a dedicated military effort here that was superb. It's a crime. I don't care how big, maybe it's the greatest heist in American or world history for all I know, but it's still a crime. Why?
Okay, this is also in my description box. All of the links that I'm sharing with you are in the description box. This is under Paul Singer. Let me.
I honestly cannot believe this. I don't know how else to call this out other than to continue reiterating that Elon Musk is a fraudster, liar, and scammer whose main goal is to pollute our information landscape, to pull every lever possible to carpet bomb our information landscape with lie after lie after lie. His Twitter feed is a mix of misinformation, AI videos, AI photos made by Grok, stats that are either made up or entirely misinterpreted to push a narrative, oftentimes targeting immigrant communities like trans communities, Black communities, or even immigrant communities nowadays. And today, he's been tweeting about how there is still massive fraud, oftentimes in blue states, found throughout the government. But the problem is, Elon had unfettered executive access to the White House, to multiple departments. He had enough access to slash USAID unilaterally, and he did not find any fraud. In fact, not a single individual was recommended to the FBI for fraud or for waste or abuse. So Elon Musk continues to allege this massive fraud scheme. And naturally, the online algorithms don't always push out the videos that I'm making. So if you want to help boost our factual videos, make sure you drop a like and double check to make sure you're subscribed to the Adam Mockler feed to receive more breaking news. Thank you. But when he had power...
Okay, please subscribe to Adam Mockler. He's part of the Midas Touch Network. Now, this person right here, Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley is the YouTuber who was responsible of going to Minnesota and knocking on all of these child care doors, and this is the reason why ICE has been beefed up, and ICE is responsible for looking for fraud, and ICE is responsible for that. And there's a special carve out for JD Vance and 45, 47 to play the role as special attorneys in Minneapolis. This is why this Nick Shirley, kind of like the reason why we got the NSPM7 after Charlie Kirk was shot. They using these flim flam lies to impact you and your rights as American citizens. Let's be clear. Now, here is Elon Musk. The fraud in California, New York, and Illinois is far greater than in Minnesota. My guess is for how much fraud is happening nationwide is roughly 10% of the federal budget, so about $700 billion per year. Yet, this is the one who went in our government and fired all the federal workers and ended all investigations to him and his companies by shutting down these agencies that were investigating the lawlessness that he was engaged in his personal company. So he's talking about all of this fraud, but if it's that much fraud, when he was over Doge, he said he was going to bring back $2 trillion, and then it went down to $1 trillion, then it went down to a couple hundred billions, and then it went down to absolutely nothing. A whole waste in the government. But here he is back on his for-profit platform, sending out propaganda to you.
He wasn't able to
understand. This is an immigrant. Those people, 45, 47 supporters love to hate. An immigrant is giving you all this false information. This link is in my description box under Funky Musk. Musky Musk.
To illustrate it at all. Before we even jump into Elon Musk's latest meltdowns online, let me just back up and show you how things have been going in the world of Elon. Elon the other day fell for a fake video of Venezuelans celebrating Trump. What did I just say literally 30 seconds ago? His entire feed is just AI slop, AI generated videos, and I can't tell if he knows they're AI or he doesn't, and I can't tell which one is worse. Is he intentionally spreading disinformation, or is he just this much of an idiot? Elon Musk is sharing AI slop in an apparent attempt to stay in the president's good graces. The billionaire reposted what is very clearly an AI generated video supporting the ongoing U.S. intervention in Venezuela. The video was uploaded by an account that immediately got fact-checked. Like, immediately, Twitter said, this video is AI generated and is currently being presented as a factual statement intended to mislead people. What do you know? Elon Musk reposted this. His entire Twitter feed is just disinformation designed intentionally to pollute our landscape, to pollute the minds of the American people with lies. Think about how sick and twisted this is. And it just works me up, gets me so worked up, because the richest man on the planet, you can argue that, Vladimir Putin is actually the richest man in terms of oil and resources and access. But I'm just saying Elon Musk, the richest man on the planet reportedly, is leveraging his vast wealth to buy Twitter, turn into a propaganda machine, spend hundreds of millions of dollars to elect Donald Trump, then get access to the White House, then not actually do anything other than enrich himself in his own contracts, then continue to use his platform to spread AI videos. Elon Musk's X is also creating twisted child images. I kind of touched on this in a video the other day. It's more of a side story, but Elon Musk's Grok has been openly creating like child sexual materials out of AI because people are asking it. Oftentimes weird ass right wingers are like, hey, remove the clothing of this image. And Elon Musk's Grok just does it. Again, it is straight out of a movie, and a lot of Americans are just blind to it. The richest man on the planet is spreading propaganda to infect our minds, and most people are too focused on George Soros. Caroline points out, Elon Musk is literally doing the exact thing that he and his fans are accusing Somalis of doing in Minnesota. He's taking government funding from his businesses that are going into his businesses and funneling it back into the campaigns of the politicians who helped him get all the government money. But when Elon does it, it's totally fine and not fraudulent whatsoever. As I pointed out earlier, Elon Musk sent out a tweet that said, the fraud in California, New York, and Illinois is far greater than in Minnesota. My guess for how much fraud is happening nationwide is roughly 10% of the federal budget, so about $700 billion per year. Homie, as Joey points out, it's insane that Elon Musk was given unchecked executive power over federal spending for several months under this theory that you could easily find trillions in fraud, that he could go in there and find so much fraud, he even floated sending $5,000 checks to each and every single American. Well, guess who the real fraudster is? Guess who the real scammer is? The person who found no fraud, recommended 0 individuals to the FBI. Like, for real, if there was this much fraud as Elon Musk is claiming, don't you think he would have spent his 3 or 4 months recommending individuals to the DOJ or the FBI for investigation or prosecution? There was none. There was nothing like that. It was just rewiring of contracts to help Elon Musk. But Joey points out, he was given unchecked executive power and said that he could find trillions in fraud. Then he couldn't find trillions in fraud and is now just running back the narrative as if it never happened and further insisting that there is more fraud. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is standing there prancing around on stage today. Let me point out that he posted earlier this morning, California, under Governor Newsom, is more corrupt than Minnesota, if that's possible. The fraud investigation of California has begun. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This is just so incredibly sickening. The president of the United States is now making up lies about a governor because he's trying to recreate the situation in Minnesota. Tim Walz decided not to run for re-election, and it's due to a confluence of issues. The reports are one of the issues is this fraud investigation. Not that he's involved, but Minnesota fraud does exist. Over the past 4 years, there have been arrests. There has been fraud. And at the end of the day, it creates negative headlines for the party and for the governor if he continues to run for re-election. So we decided to nip it in the bud. It's not a concession of fraud. There is not some massive Tim Walz fraud scale. He literally just said, I'm not running for re-election. Now, Donald Trump is trying to take that same exact framework and is trying to make jokes about Governor Newsom, calling him Governor Newscum. It's just the same thing that Elon Musk does. Make up fraud to cover up the fact that you are the one who is fraudulent. We now have the data to say conclusively, according to the New York Times, that Elon Musk's Doge project was mostly fake. This supports the Elon Musk fraud theory perfectly. The receipts that Doge posted online turned out to be highly inaccurate. They fired scores of federal workers, only to rehire many of them back immediately with back pay. The federal government is now spending more, not less, than it was before Trump took office. And all the reports show that Elon Musk, who claimed he was going to save $2 trillion, then knocked it down to $1 trillion, then knocked it down to $500 billion. Then he said he might save $100 billion. All the reports show that the ending number is just complete BS. They claim to have saved, what, $65 billion, but out of the top 40 savings claims, 28 of them are inaccurate. Just look at this chart. All of the red bars are inaccurate claims of fraud, and the green bars are claims that, not a fraud, but are just waste, savings claims that they made. They cut something and they saved something. The $4 billion claims that they made in savings, not even true. These were contracts that had already ended, or they were overinflating contracts. They did end up cutting some contracts for about $500 million, but it's not inherently good to just cut contracts. For example, they cut all of USAID and claimed that that was savings that they cut, but in the long term, that will cost us more money due to disease and due to soft power being lost. As Hutch points out, Elon and Doge had unfettered access of dozens of federal databases and could not provide evidence for even one single case of fraud whatsoever. Tim Walz, regarding this, Republicans claim Walz is responsible for billions in Minnesota fraud. Zero has been proven to be his fault whatsoever. There was one fraud case back in 2022, but the Biden DOJ took care of that. This is a pure distraction. Do you want real fraud? Elon Musk has pocketed $38 billion in federal contracts and subsidies through 2025 and is projected to grab another $11.8 billion in loans and handouts. He pulls in $8 million a day.
Okay, so this is who this administration is had put over the government. Look how much he's making. But the government can't afford to pay for healthcare insurance. The federal government told you that they could not pay for food stamps for children to eat and disabled people to eat in November because of the government shutdown. Look how they play the American people. And look how the billionaires play in the American people's face. But you all are so in just excited and using X and wonder what these billionaires are doing and talking about all these billionaire projects as if it's something is going to benefit you out of any of this. So I just wanted to give you this information. Now let's
Ooh, this one gets a bit spicy, so you might want to pull up a chair and pop the popcorn because former Fox News host turned far right.
This is Megan Kelly telling you that when she worked for Fox News, they had to be a cheerleader for everything Donald Trump did. So there was absolutely no independent news reporting going on in Fox News. I know many of us know this, but she had to toe the line.
A podcaster and propagandist, Megan Kelly, did two things yesterday. She called out Donald Trump for his disastrous regime change war ambitions, which she notes are rooted in hypocrisy. We'll get to that. And at the same time, also throws massive amounts of shade, basically exposes her former employers, Fox, as being nothing more than Russian-style propagandists for the Trump administration. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, we have several clips to play. We're going to start with her throwing shade at Fox because it's so great. Having right-wingers attack one another is just, it's chicken soup for the soul, man. It's heartwarming. It soothes all aches. It brings hope and optimism back to those without it, and it further weakens the MAGA movement. So to have Megyn Kelly throw shade at Trump and Fox simultaneously, chef's kiss. Take a look.
When I was at Fox News, which was a long time, 14 years, I would have known exactly what to do in the wake of Trump's attack in Venezuela, his retrieval, shall we say, to put it in mild terms, of Nicolas Maduro. I would have known that I was supposed to cheerlead it. And I turned on Fox News yesterday, and I'm sorry, but it was like watching Russian propaganda. There was nothing skeptical. It was all rah, rah, cheerleading. Yes, let's go. When I was at Fox.
Megyn. I loved her for a brief moment, for 28 seconds. I love this woman for 28. Let's move past it. Let's stick with the Fox and the Trump stuff.
I remember, if you have not gone over to Pondering Politics, this is in my description box. Go over there and check it out. A very good commentator. I just want to pay the highlight of what Megyn Kelly is saying. But Megyn Kelly is a lawyer by profession. So all of this trying to boost up her podcast numbers and saying these things. But what did it say about Megyn Kelly herself? But she's called herself spilling the beans on Fox News when she perpetrated a whole lot of bullshit that went on Fox News to cheerlead Donald Trump. You know, the Obama wasn't born in America cheerleading. The election was stolen cheerleading. But now she has a problem because her and Candace Owens and all of these right wing podcasters are in a tough. They're fighting one another. Tucker Carlson, Benny Johnson, Nick Fuentes. Oh, now Megyn Kelly has a voice. But what are you saying about yourself, Megyn?
She's right about Fox. Of course it is. Effectively state TV. I mean, my God. Remember, folks, remember. And actually, I could have brought up the clip. I probably should have just to remind you, especially because today is, again, the 5th anniversary of the January 6th insurrection. Fox was so in the bag for Trump that they paid the single biggest defamation settlement in American history, $787 million. And even Megyn Kelly at the time, you know, again, she rooted for Trump. She was rooting for Fox. She acknowledged, because she's a trained lawyer, she sometimes abandons her legal principles for the sake of Trump. But in that instance, she was like, yeah, this isn't good. Fox, they got Fox dead to rights. Fox is screwed. And they were screwed. Biggest defamation settlement in American history, because they knowingly signal boosted Trump's defamatory lies about the 2020 election. MSNBC has never done anything like that for Democrats. CNN's never done anything like that for Democrats. So good on Megyn Kelly for pointing that out. And she's damn right when it comes to how they handled the Venezuela commentary. Fox is just, again, North Korea style propaganda, you know, Avatar, The Last Airbender, there is no war in Ba Sing Se style bullshit propaganda. Kudos to her for calling it out. But again, she played a role in that. We'll cover it later. Here's another clip. I want to play you some clips, 2 or 3, where she calls out Trump about the regime change war ambitions he has for Venezuela.
I have seen what happens when you cheerlead unabashedly U.S. intervention in foreign countries, thinking it's for our good and for the international good, only to wind up with what we've called quagmire in places like Iraq, not to mention Libya. We're not great at going into these foreign countries, decapitating them at the leadership level, and then saying either we're going to steer the country to a better place or it's going to steer itself. Either one. They just, 9 times out of 10, they don't work out well. And what does it mean in terms of boots on the ground? Trump is saying, I'm actually fine with that in Venezuela. Well, whose boots? Because I have a 16-year-old boy, and I have a 12-year-old boy, and I have a 14-year-old girl. And a lot of my listeners have children, too, who are actually...
Notice how they are only concerned with it when it affects them and how they live their lives personally. But more American citizens ought to be worried about what affects them and how they live their lives personally, instead of just following these millionaire broadcasters on these networks, this for-profit media. Maybe you ought to worry about when you vote what is going to affect you and how you live your lives. You see, she cares now.
The ones who might have to fill the boots. So I think I speak for a lot of moms and dads for that matter when I say I'm staying in yellow territory until we know more. And I will not be joining the Fox News cheerleading brigade this time.
Love it. Love it. Again, she's like, I've seen up close what this, like, no, lady, you were a part of it. You like, be a bit more honest.
She was an active participant.
You were part of it. Like, you weren't bravely condemning, President Bush repeatedly said he's willing to put American boots on the ground in Venezuela to invade, to pacify, and to conquer Venezuela for oil interests. It's going right. I mean, Fox isn't talking about that shit. And they're the biggest news network in the country. I mean, maybe our friend Jessica Tarlov, our queen, Jessica Tarlov, liberal queen, is talking about it. But outside of the one or two sane liberals on Fox News, they're not talking about it. I digress. Here's another clip. Again, two more of Megyn Kelly just sticking it to the Trump administration. Even as, again, she tried, I believe in Donald Trump, as she often does, while criticizing something he does.
That it is not about narco terrorism. I'm sure Trump does object to the amount of drugs coming our way from Venezuela. But of course, if you really want to crack down on countries that are sending drugs in the United States, you'll start with China and Mexico, not necessarily Venezuela. And to your point, he just pardoned this other guy who was obviously a party to that too. I agree that it's pretextual. It is about regime change.
And oil. She's acknowledging the hypocrisy. Again, she's trying to stuff. Kudos to Megyn for pointing it out to her audience. One last clip.
I mean, you got Trump talking about Cuba's going to fall. Colombia's president better, quote, watch his ass. We're ready and loaded to go into Iran. If protesters there get shot, because protests are happening in Iran as well. So we're going to be doing a shooting campaign in Iran. We're going into Colombia. We're potentially taking over Cuba. We're, quote, running and, quote, in charge of Venezuela now. And, somebody's making the point on Twitter, how's that going to go, Aaron, as we inch toward the midterms and people are still worried about the cost of eggs and bread and milk, but Venezuela is going swimmingly.
And it may not go swimmingly, right? What a very real possibility is Trump will have a disaster, not just here at home in a midterm election year, but also abroad. Like, it is.
We have a pretty stunning confession from Donald Trump, but first some background. Yesterday, the New York Times published a pretty shocking piece of reporting that read, quote, Mr. Maduro in late December rejected an ultimatum from President Trump to leave office and go into gilded exile in Turkey, according to several Americans and Venezuelans involved in transition talks. This week, he was back on stage brushing off the latest U.S. escalation, a strike on a dock that the U.S. said was used for drug trafficking, by bouncing to an electronic beat on state television while his recorded voice repeated in English, "No crazy war." Mr. Maduro's regular public dancing and other displays of nonchalance in recent weeks helped persuade some on the Trump team that the Venezuelan president was mocking them and trying to call what he believed to be a bluff, according to two people who spoke on the condition of anonymity. That Maduro's dancing, which Donald Trump felt was an instance of the Venezuelan dictator mocking him, was a justification, adequate justification, to go ahead with the regime change incursion, which, to be clear, would be fucking insane. I'm sorry, but invading a foreign country because its leader mocked your dance moves is like season 6 of Lost level ridiculousness. And even if it was the reason, it would be even more insane for Trump to actually acknowledge as much, which is why he said this today.
And, he's a violent guy. He gets up there and he tries to imitate my dance a little bit. But he's a violent guy.
He just admitted it in broad daylight. The New York Times reports a bonkers story that part of the justification to invade a sovereign country for their oil was that dear leader had his feelings hurt, and Trump goes on stage and essentially confesses to exactly that. But hey,
I just thought you would be curious to know this. He was mad that Maduro had. Hey, stop. That Maduro had more rhythm than him. Make that make sense. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. If you did not know that, now you know. This is in my description box under YMCA. Hold on one second. Hold on. I apologize. My dog kept barking. I had to see what was going on. Someone was dropping off a package. So let's get into Fox News. Since we were talking about Fox News, it seems like AOC
than seeing them fail, seeing us succeed right now. Of course, we saw that.
Is sick of Jesse Waters making lewd comments, sexual comments about her. And then one of Jesse Waters' producers had the audacity to ask AOC if she would consider going on his show. And This is going to be in my description box under AOC. And let's see what her answer is. Oh, I'm going to drop this in my description box under AOC. Here we go. And I'll share this with you now.
Some of the history of the very weird and gross comments that Jesse Waters has made about AOC, starting with him saying this about her and Stephen Miller.
Do you think that MAGA men are insulted by AOC?
No, I think AOC wants to sleep with Miller. It is so obvious, and I'm sorry, you can't have him. Miller is the best. I know him well socially, and the man is not overcompensating. Dana, I know when people are overcompensating. I know people at this table who are overcompensating. That person.
And now, what you will find interesting is that Jesse Waters has admitted himself that the way that he got his new wife was she was working as a intern or a producer at Fox News, and he put the air out of her tire so he could have the opportunity to give her a ride home. And they started dating as he was still married to his current wife, of course. And that's how he and his current wife got together. Understand? A whole deviant. Let's continue.
It's me.
I don't think anywhere where the building blocks of life exist is there anyone who wants to sleep with Stephen Miller. So don't loop AOC into that. Also, to think that AOC, who is a progressive champion and has been one of the loudest and most important fighters in beating back this fascist administration, is mad at Stephen Miller because she's attracted to him, just shows how broken Jesse Waters' brain is. He doesn't really seem to grapple any of it. It is all a joke to these people. It is theater. You know, that's something that the Fox News audience doesn't understand, that these people live in New York City. They're getting paid millions of dollars to wear makeup and fearmonger and scare you, all the while they rail against the very elites that they hang out with and pretend they don't like, which is why they're so out of touch. And it doesn't surprise me that, again, Jesse Waters and Carolyn Levitt said this about AOC.
Well, AOC, and let me know if you believe this, is saying that MAGA Republicans are coming up to her and say, man, I was wrong about Trump. I'm with socialism now. Do you buy that?
Absolutely not. In fact, I'd like to see some of the people who actually said that to AOC and check their ballots and see if they actually voted for President Trump, because I can assure you MAGA Republicans oppose everything that AOC and the modern day Communist Democrat Party stands for.
You can't imagine why someone would be unhappy with their vote for Donald Trump. Really? Have you seen the economy? Have you seen the forever wars that seems like Donald Trump wants to start back up again? Have you been paying attention to anything besides, I don't know, what Jesse Waters likes to let the air out of women's tires to give them rides home? You know, that's how Jesse Waters got his most recent wife, is he was married and he let the air out of his producer's tires so he could give her a ride home. And went on to sleep with her and cheat on his wife. That's Jesse Waters, which is why AOC was well within her rights to say this right here, one of the more viral clips we've seen from AOC, and that's saying something.
Would you join him? He's accused me of, he has sexualized me on his show. He has sexually harassed me on his show. He has engaged in horrific, sexually exploitative
That's
rhetoric.
not true, Congresswoman.
It is true. It is true because he accused me of wanting to quote unquote sleep with Stephen Miller. So why don't you tell me what you think is acceptable to tell a woman? Thank you.
More of that, please. Call out the douchebags in MAGA media. Jesse Waters is one of them, but there are too many for AOC to call out.
I just wanted to share that with you as well if you were unaware of that. Now, there is one new breaking point that has come out today about Palantir. I'm going to leave you with this Palantir. Co-founder, Palantir co-founder calls for killing leftists in cold blood. If you don't know, Palantir has many contracts in our federal government, including many in the Department of Defense. So let me share this with you. This will be in my description box under Palantir.
CNN's panel.
It seems like that video has been taken down. It seems like
the killing of 37-year-old Renee Nicole.
It seems like they snatched that video. Too bad I didn't play it for you earlier. What a shame. Let me check something else out. Check something else out. See what happened with that video. Let me see. Nope. It's been taken down. Okay. Well, that's all I have for you today. I was going to leave you with that, but it doesn't seem like I can leave you with that. I'll leave you with the ICE protest where they are still out pulling guns on the protesters. Why don't I leave you with this? Guns drawn. Mass ICE agent closed in on protesters in Minneapolis and fired tear gas. I'll leave you with this.
All right, let's get off the sidelines, head into the arena. My panel will be here, but we want to start with our reporters on the scene. CNN's Laura Coates is live covering the demonstrations in Minneapolis. We also have CNN senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes. But let's start in Minneapolis. Laura, you're outside the federal building there. What have you been seeing today?
Let me tell you what's going on right now. You're hearing whistles. You're seeing a caravan of cars coming in. They are Border Patrol agents inside. It has agitated this crowd. They are already very angry. You are hearing people continuously with signs, etc. They are angry. They have milk with them. They have on gas. They have tear gas. People have different megaphones out right now. You see there's a whole group of agents who are over behind this very small barricade over here. There was one who was actually speaking to somebody off camera, an ICE agent inside of a car, where they were asking the person, why are you doing this? Do you really think that people should be deported in the way that you're doing so? The agent, not wanting to be on camera, not wanting to lower his mask, expressed his concern and saying that, look, it's the law. It was almost as if he was trying to suggest that what do you want me to do? I have to follow the law. But look at the crowd here that's out right now. People are angry. They want the evidence. They're distrustful of an investigation not being independent. You have different people who are out right now who are actually speaking directly to and yelling at the ICE agents, challenging their manhood, their patriotism, and the like. They are reacting to what took place yesterday, as well as these two narratives that are happening right now. And here we go. We've got people who are yelling right now as different agents otherwise are coming out of their cars, and people who are going inside, and they are also acting. This is Laura Ingraham, who's actually here. They're reacting right now to Fox News' Laura Ingraham going into a car. Her presence also agitating. They're blocking her path right here with cameras in her face as they're going by. Everyone wondering what the narratives will be and what the impact has been. This man carrying milk right now in his hand, obviously milk to try to counteract the effects of tear gas that has already been thrown out, and pepper spray as well. You can see on the ground different remnants of balls that have been dropped containing that very thing. The tension here is palpable. People are upset. They are compelled to come down here. They do not trust that there will be an independent investigation. And you can see everyone who's coming, even shifts changes that are happening right now. If a car passes by and does not honk, they are assumed to be problematic. They're looking at agents who have their masks still on their bodies. You see them, and they are challenged right now. They have little fingers up to them, whistles going as they're trying to go through the air. Let me get out of the path. Get out of the path that we're coming in. Here we go. They're putting signs on their cars right now. Here we go. Let's get out of the way. Oh, they're coming. We've got them coming out right now. The ICE agents coming down, guns drawn right now. Some sort of agents trying to counteract right now, trying to get their colleagues into it right now as they're spraying something into the air. Right now, people are concerned. I'm going in closer right now. Excuse me. Sorry, ma'am. Here we go. You're seeing a shift change right now, Casey, happening as they are coming closer and closer. There's something in the air right now that's making you cough a little bit. They're coming right closer. Since I have been here, they have not gotten this close. You can see them. They're all masked. They are angry. They're asking for milk right now. They're coming in closer, and they're going back. There's something in the air right now that they have going on right now. And you see behind me what's going on. I'm going to stay at a safe distance right now. But Casey, it is coming right now. Very tension. A lot of tension. We've got people around right now. About 40 or so ICE agents that are out here in the area. There is something that is in the air causing me to cough a little bit. They are retreating right now as the crowd is coming closer and closer. They are retreating back in one single line, holding the line as they're walking right now. You have people who are close and they're continuing to yell. People are covering their mouths. There's something happening right now. Casey, it's intense. It is intense. Thank you, ma'am. It's so intense right now. It's happening.
Protests continue in Minneapolis and across the country after a woman was shot and killed in broad daylight by a federal immigration officer. And we should warn you, the video is disturbing. It shows 37-year-old Renee Good appearing to back up in her car as an agent tries to open the driver's side door. Then, as she begins to pull away, another officer draws his gun and fires multiple rounds, killing her. The Trump administration claims Good, who is a U.S. citizen, was trying to run over the ICE officer and was shot in self-defense, and that she was using her vehicle as a weapon. Local officials and many witnesses dispute that. Her death is sparking outrage and protests in the Twin Cities and other parts of the country. This was the scene outside a federal building in Minneapolis as protesters faced off against federal agents. The shooting comes days after the Trump administration launched what it called the, quote, largest immigration operation ever, sending more than 2,000 federal agents into the area for a crackdown tied in part to alleged fraud on the part of some members of the Somali community there. Today, we heard from both DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz on the shooting and the investigation.
When these individuals use their vehicles to try to ram our law enforcement and to put their lives in jeopardy, that law enforcement officer has to make a decision to protect his life and the individuals around him as well.
It feels very, very difficult that we will get a fair outcome. And I say that only because people in positions of power have already passed judgment. from the president to the vice president to Kristi Noem, have stood and told you things that are verifiably false.
Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanga joins us now from Minneapolis. So, Nicole, you have been there for several days, both preceding this event and seeing the aftermath throughout. We're learning more about the driver, Renee Good. We're learning more about the ICE officer. We know that tensions are very high where you are. Schools are closed. What's the atmosphere like in the city?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, I mean, we noticed that tensions were high in the city of Minneapolis even before this shooting happened. When we embedded with federal law enforcement earlier this week, it was very clear that anywhere there was a presence of ICE agents, there was a crowd that would surround protesters, got close to seeing some clashes even before what happened on Wednesday played out. Then, of course, you know, Wednesday was kind of like the tinderbox ignited. And in the hours after that fatal shooting, we saw agents deploying tear gas. We saw on the ground violent protesters, angry protesters trying to physically confront law enforcement there on the ground. Now, later last night, we saw sort of a settling of some of the demonstrations, and it was much more of a vigil atmosphere, but truly an enormous number of people who flooded to the scene of the crime, hundreds and hundreds of them to lay flowers, to take a moment to say prayers, to sing songs, to remember Renee Nicole Good, the 37-year-old woman who was fatally shot during this incident. As for today, there have been some, isolated altercations, we're told, outside the Whipple Federal Building nearby, but a much calmer environment. Still, it really does feel like perhaps Minneapolis is bracing, sort of waiting for the next shoe to drop.
Nicole, if you can hear.
So we now know that they are trying to keep this investigation away from the state. They are trying to hide evidence from the state, who are tasked with investigating these types of. I won't call them police. These type of shootings. Somebody finally got sick of Kristi Noem lying, and they booted her off the air. Let's get into this before I'll leave you with this.
This is the person who came from Congressman Jared Moskowitz, and when she slammed Kristi Noem for caring more about her clothes than human life.
This is the person. This is the person who, within minutes of the shooting, went on TV and called it domestic terrorism. What is she, hiding her face like her ICE agents now? She can't show her face either? By the way, is this what the $800 billion went to? Every day we see her after there's some new tragedy in Homeland, she's wearing a different outfit with a different hat. I mean, come on, guys, she looks ridiculous. She's not just an embarrassment to the country. She's an embarrassment to you and the president. Okay, she deserves to be removed from her job by the president, and if not impeached, not just for her complete failures in Homeland, but her destruction of FEMA. She's not even running the department. You guys know this. You guys know she's not running Homeland. Your governors and you all, when you need your FEMA money, you don't call Noem, you call Corey. You know she's not running the place. She's a complete and utter embarrassment. By the way, every Homeland Secretary has come in front of this committee once a Congress. I'd like to know the date she's coming. When is she coming?
When is she coming?
When is she coming? By the way, do you know Pam Bondi has not come in front of this committee? Do you know she's the only secretary to not appear in front of a committee yet? When is she coming? What's the date on the calendar that she's coming? You know what? Let's make it easy. I want to make a motion to subpoena Pam Bondi.
Second.
To this committee. How much are we going to...
The gentleman is not recognized for that motion. However, the chair will advise as to the Attorney General coming for, as they do routinely.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. But where is the Attorney General, the only secretary to not appear, okay, in front of a committee? The only one. We're into year 2 of this Congress, and we've not had the Attorney General in front of this committee. How much are we going to weaken Article 1 of the Constitution while you guys remain in power? I watch you twist yourself into pretzels trying to defend this, running away from previous statements, disagreeing with yourself, trying to defend the crap that's happening.
Finally, someone said it. Let's be real. Kristi Noem and everyone in this administration is so deeply insecure. Donald Trump didn't just get people to work for his administration.
And if my Republican colleagues are going to do nothing right now, you better believe that accountability is coming. Here's what it looks like. The masks are coming off. Identification is coming out. Immunity is going to be stripped. And to Kristi Noem, Tom Cashbag Homan, and Greg Bovino, your asses are going to be in these witness chairs.
This is the only thing that they understand. Let's be real. It is the only thing that they understand is fear and intimidation. Telling them to save your emails, save your phone records, save anything you've written down. Do not delete video. Jeffrey Epstein, prison. Explain why she's a liar.
Since Governor Walz has been in charge of Minnesota, we have seen homicides go up by over 50%. That's also during Mayor Fry's tenure as well. Since President Trump took office, Governor Walz has released over 470 violent criminals back onto the streets here in Minneapolis.
We've been listening to Secretary Kristi Noem give that briefing there, her first formal briefing devoted to this. She made several assertions there, including saying that a mob was blocking the officers in and that they view this as an effort to weaponize and run over the officer. The video, which we played several times tonight, does not show the car going at the officer, but rather making the turn to the right. She said they view this as an attempt to kill or cause bodily harm. That's the very legal standard I mentioned earlier, which is the only legal justification for using that kind of force. The ICE agent shot this individual in the face, killing her. And then she discussed how they view this as domestic terror attacks. There is a wide gap between the available evidence and what local officials are saying, including one we heard tonight, and Kristi Noem's claims on behalf of the Trump administration. We will monitor the rest of that press conference. If there is news, she shifted from details today, which we did broadcast, to a wider set of policy arguments, including their disagreements with local officials in Minnesota regarding immigration.
Everybody in the media needs to be doing this. Everybody.
Everybody in the media needs to stop playing this propaganda. Now, I cannot leave until I show you this last case that I talked about where 4547 is trying to hem Letitia James up on some more bogus charges. I told you that there was another man in the Northern New York district who was trying to bring charges on Letitia James because of her prosecution of Trump, and they also included a prosecution of the NRA. Let me share with you how that came out for her. Let me find that. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Let me find it. Now I know I had it. Oh, maybe I held it under the wrong date. I played that for you yesterday. Bottom line is another a person who could not bring he wanted to serve some subpoenas. He felt that he had the right to look through all of the files in her office. But come to find out, once again, this was someone who was unqualified to be put in his post, and all of his requests for subpoenas have been denied, and he has also been flipped out of the post that 4547 illegally put him in, and therefore no longer has that job. So that was the final case that 4547 was trying to hem up Letitia James. It didn't work. So let me. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, here it is, right here. Uh, a lot of people don't even know about this case. I have heard a reporting about crimes and things that they were trying to get Letitia James on, but this was, you know, basically ignored by the media. But I'm letting you know the outcome of this case that I told you about at least a month and a half ago, somewhere around there.
Distraction method of Donald Trump. Just despite the Venezuela distraction method of Donald Trump, justice continues to roll on. In breaking news, a judge in the Southern District of New York has sided with Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, and found that Donald Trump's hand-picked prosecutor for her, John Sarconi, up in the Northern District of New York, was illegally appointed to be a U.S. attorney, and therefore the subpoenas that he issued to Letitia James's New York Attorney General office, one related to the New York Rifle Association and the NRA, and the other one about the investigation of Donald Trump leading to his fraud judgment. Both of those subpoenas are now quashed because John Sarcone has been declared to be illegal, and therefore nothing legal can be generated from his position in that office. Subpoenas invalid ab initio, as we like to say. This coming out from Judge Lorna Schofield. She's now the sixth judge, really almost the seventh judge, who has gone after the Trump administration and ruled with this growing body of law that Donald Trump can't do a workaround or an end run around the statute created by Congress about how to appoint a U.S. attorney and the U.S. Constitution. I'm Michael Popak. You're on Legal AF on Thursday, hot off the presses, and now in Legal AF Substack, the opinion and order. How did we get here? Donald Trump appointed a bunch of unqualified people that could never be confirmed by the Senate to serve in various roles to go after his political enemies. Alina Habba was the District of New Jersey U.S. attorney until she was bounced by a couple of judges in the Third Circuit Court of Appeals, and she had to resign. Lindsay Halligan to go after James Comey and Letitia James in Virginia. She got disqualified right before Thanksgiving by Judge Curry for a similar thing, violating a statute about how to appoint properly a assistant or an actual U.S. attorney. That's not all. We also had similar rulings in Nevada and in California. So when
And we would be remiss if we didn't tell you that Lindsay Halligan, she had cases against James Comey, the former FBI director, and Letitia James. And here is the third one that they always never talk about, the one in the case in New York.
you add them all up, Judge Schofield just joins a list now 6 long of judges taking it to Donald Trump and reminding him that he cannot appoint whomever he pleases, and there are ramifications. And as for remedy, it's very similar to what Judge Curry did about Lindsay Halligan. She found Lindsay Halligan was illegally appointed as the U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia, and she canceled out the entirety of the indictments against Letitia James and James Comey because they were void as well. And Trump is fighting in different ways these various rulings. But there is a difference here in this particular ruling by Judge Schofield against John Sarcone, a Trumper MAGA handpicked by Ed Martin of the Weaponization Committee of the Department of Justice, also a MAGA, to go after Letitia James for Donald Trump.
The same Ed Martin that I showed you that was out in front of Letitia James' house as they brought fraudulent charges of mortgage fraud against her. He stood outside of her New York City house when the alleged mortgage fraud had something to do with a house in Virginia, and took pictures and said he thought that he should visit where it all happened, and he tried to make it seem like since this case that has been presented by the Trump sycophant who is over the Department of HUD. Not HUD. He's over Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, a home builder whose father did the exact same thing that he wanted to charge Letitia James with a crime for, but his father was not charged with a crime. The Pootley construction of the Pootley homes that a big home builder franchise. He brought these charges against Letitia James. And Ed Martin thought that he had the right, since these charges were brought by Pulte, that he had the right to stand in front of this woman's house and stalk her and take pictures in front of her house and answer questions. He actually stalked this woman. So he got this numbnut to try to bring more charges against Letitia James, another unqualified person that 47 put in a position that he would not have been able to get a congressional approval, which is needed for this position.
Remedy is not to declare that his position is vacated and he can't serve in any capacity as the U.S. attorney. She's saying for these cases that are in front of her against Letitia James's office, he cannot supervise nor issue the subpoenas himself. If they issue further subpoenas, then they can go handle that in the Northern District of New York with another federal judge. Take a minute. We're now on Legal AF on Thursday. Great news for 2026 down below. We now have a paid membership to support.
Okay, so I this link is in the description box under Letitia James. Under Letitia James, I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. Thank you for stopping by and spending a little time with me, and hope to see you here tomorrow. All right, guys, that's all I have for you. Have a great remainder of your day.